accident. There is so much interest in this case. As soon as we said we would be revisiting it, and it is one of the...
No, we don't need one of me. Okay. So, dear, that's interesting. No, it looks like, you're here to advertise for whatever it's up to. Conveniently enough, this convenient moment in time, their dark holler. Is that it? Y'all never do such thing. You never, on such a night as this. Gosh. I'm just mind blown. Whatever hit piece it's being paid for tonight, and whatever, oh my god. And here you come sideways for a mini-year advertising 4 or 5 times for it. My lord, and you're never in here otherwise. God damn. What a surprise. I'm shocked, I tell you. Shocked. Shocked. Everybody rush over to see what our Buffalo Bill's up to and they're part of, whatever. I ain't got no time for it. I don't care about it. Never have enough to do. Just, I'm over it. So, yep, nope, not today, tragedy pimps. Alright. So, we're gonna stay on course here. Course includes the way back tonight. What I told others laughingly was a bait ball before I entered it. I was like, Denmark don't smell right tonight. What you doing? I was like, watch this. I'm gonna grab a link. Oh, and I did. I did. After watching for Bet having chuckles at the he rising or something, I don't know, another goofball bullshit, salted earth speak. Hell, I can't remember. I don't know. There's also something about bears in the air. You missed that one. You missed it, you missed out. Because it damn sure made some things private real quick. But that's okay, because we all got it. Anyway, there were no bears in the air. I don't know. I think it meant helicopters. We're not sure. So anyway, once again, salted earth dumb tongue after I clicked the link and whatever rotten smelling Denmark bait ball that was, and whatnot, as many of us were watching to see what would happen. Which way that was swinging. Her stupid mouth once again gave me some blues. And then the stupid shit taking part in chat and those presents far before I, yeah, it was pretty apparent what was going on. Yeah. So we were all having a good chuckle before I grabbed that link. Yeah, I gotta tell you, y'all see Bones in there? As Salted was all like, yeah, Fred's one of the most honest people in the world. You might catch that? No, you don't say. Oh my god. And then the laying hard and debating over whatever and eating a monster, which I do not condone. But I was like, boy, this has a flavor. But also the double edged, right? The barrel stuff, etc. Yada yada. I'm like, man, and hitting out at me, I'm like, whatever, man. I don't care. I've been through this for years. I've been through this shit for years. Anyway, and using technically abuser and Ryan's bullshittery to continue to target nine, whatever during this, convenient period as always, and to distract and to do whatever and to create more chaos and drama. And I'm just like, blah, 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 blah. Look, I ain't interested in it. It's not my thing. Alright. I am all about that hunting the tragedy pimp life, though. So there's that. And Salted's mouth, once again, and gave away some shit. Doubled down on it even in that hidden live tonight. And, anyway, it's creating chaos and bullshit like it usually does. Well, it's tithing for Jesus in summer. And, creating the chaos, mud, and jello that the light's hiding behind and the truth and whatever else, while claiming it's not. It's on the search for summer wells. Yeah, I call bullshit, much like everything else in here. No, it ain't. Anyway, ain't none of them ever been about that life, fuckers. And they never will be. It's not what they're about. They're not about these missing or murdered children or women or victims of any kind. And that's just how it is. Anyway, in this bullshit night, after we'd all watched enough together to be like, yeah, this is whatever. Watch this. I get up there, correct some shit. It's usual lines. It's garbage. It's bullshit. It calling everything wrongly, doing whatever, It trying to target Monster. I ain't interested in that life either. And I asked for it to stop targeting Monster and his family. I don't think Salted enjoyed that much. Right? But Salted in one breath was all like, Candace and I are guilty. Blah, blah, blah. Do you think it's normal that they've been annihilating you all and everybody else and spreading purposeful chaos and blah blah the whole time? I'm like, no. Even the behavior panel on him kind of agree that's a red flag, a giant one. Right? But then in the other side of her mouth, it was, oh, but let's go back to targeting Monster and you and everybody else above it. How about we don't? How about we fucking don't? That would imply you're part of the chaos machine now, wouldn't it, Salted? Yeah, exactly. Concentrating on all the wrong things, home dog. Because guess what? It helps cover up for which you're notorious for, aren't you? Yeah. Dear. Creating and manufacturing the chaos that keeps the light hidden. Writing scripts. Helping folks. Huh? Sissy? That's right. Yeah. Anyway, if you find it odd that Bones was in her room tonight as she was going about how honest Fred was and such, considering one built the other ish. And obviously you got a Cher in there too from the beginning. All things, man. The way in which they intertwine these little tragedy pimps. Chaos makers, case tamperers, real life fucker uppers, con artists, criminals, garbage ass human beings, monsters, and abusers themselves who help cover up poor hide and bury light and truth. Decency, normality, humanity, everything. I don't know what do you do with it, man. Either way, Um, as soon as I called for her to leave Monster, his family, all bullshit alone, and not to help the chaos if she was certain that's what was happening, and she knew that it don't make sense to then carry on creating bullshit when you're saying out of one side of your forked fucking tongue in the name of Jesus and Summer Wells that I don't think any of you had anything to do with anything, but here, let me continue this piece to hit at everybody, right? To create chaos. You think that grill, the buildings, the house, that shit's got anything to do with Summer disappearing? How she disappeared? Hell no. It's chaos maker. It's garbage. It's airing of in a different way and a double-edged sword to hit at, target, fuck with, and actually create exactly what she's trying to is not. I mean, I don't know for what reasons though, man, considering this person has proclaimed, from the beginning and onset they were here to help C&D cover up and to write things and to do shit from the very earliest days after Summer Rain, including WJHL and all that from the first interview forward and all these things, and they got pissed at a certain point when Dawn wouldn't do what she wanted him to do for the behavior panel, all these things, and the Mullen crossover happened. I just don't know, man. I don't know, those forked tongues on these creators. But either way, salted, stupid mouth again. Her stupid mouth. Much like she's done a few times. Yeah, she thinks she's getting one over on doing whatever, planning, plotting her big ass brain with the rest of this group, doing whatever, la la la. But man, tell you what, her stupid mouth. Anyway, so after tonight, it's this lineup, right? It leads me all the way back to the Raider Twilight days, for where every public was still standing on the property. No, dear. Something I've known for eons. I don't, didn't need a stupid mouth, but it helps. These little things, they fuck up and drop. The reasons for certain things, certain players in chat, those who have held hands throughout all this, planned, plotted, fucked with, fucked around as an entire group working together, whether outright or not in front of you all at varying times, right? You see, what's occurring now? Hmm, something I've known since way back. First couple of days, certainly, and then after revisits, semi-failed cooperations, shit raiders, stupid mouth said online, things done the ways they were done, It also is going to fall into Sebastian's case as well. And here's why. Because they've been threatening, they've been wanting the Cajun Navy out of, etc. Everything to do with Sebastian, and they want Raider moved in. And there's, good reason for that. Much like Summers, I guess. Some of them play with them, some don't. Some are boots on the ground and intertwined in ways they probably ought not be with them in these cases. And they know certain groups are going to feed them out everything. Everything whispered, said by, everything they can overhear by the searchers, LE, neighbors, witnesses as they traverse properties, all these other things. And then other groups want. What you have in Sebastian's case happening right now is some of these tragedy pimps here in Summers have gone quiet. The ones they've built up right? During summers are taking lead. Like, say now you have Trev as the acquisition expert instead of Tippers, right? And others. You have those like Smiley, who've not quite, I guess, been outed enough for the nutbag that is, and what kind of shenanigans it gets up to. Doing things, interviews, this here, but what you have happening right now is this group built up, taking over the leads and reins in the same positions these held so blatantly outright in Summers. They've got too much heat and eyes on them and the bullshit after Summers to be fucking around with Sebastians and others like that, or, well, everything's still too fresh and new for them to be doing that, and they won't be able to be inserted quite so thoroughly, right, as they were Summers. So they've got to have the others they built up do all the same job as they were doing in Summers in my case. That's what they do in every case. They go down, they have materials, the ones they built up, still part of everything, but they built up. Eyes haven't been on as much to call out like they have the mains. They take over the reins. They swap back and forth through cases. The other ones that go down are the ones behind the scenes, staying quiet, etc. After attention's been on them in the other cases. So it's a thing. It's been that way for years. Go do your damn research if you don't believe me. It's there. It just is what it is. Right? So, all that being said, these nails are driving me crazy, guys. So anyway, PG's stupid mouth thing. Bless it, Lord, and its tithing bowl for summer. And Jesus and whatnot. I guess that Easter dinner it burnt for it and its imaginary children because it was too concerned with being on YouTube. I don't know. Right? Right, says PG. Either way, then I tried the bullshit sedation crap and then I got booted off the panel. Oh, imagine that. All of us had a good giggle. It also did not like the fact that I was calling for stop of it and others targeting even Monster and everything else. And to stop the manufactured chaos narrative bullshit and garbage that ain't got a fuck one to do with Summer. Asking me about some boxes in a fucking storage shed. Fuck. It also didn't like the fact that I pointed out that other things. It's like, well, honestly, that grill and other items should have been, Ellie should have been contacted and turned over for fingerprints because that could be the person's responsible for Summer vanishing that's been hiding apparently in that storage shed. And they would have a direct line of sight through the window that's in the attic-y part to Candace and Dawn's. They could very well be some sort of freak watching Candace and Dawn's and the chaos they've created, or it could be one of these tragedy pimps. Obviously, a trespassing, a stalker who's been watching Candace and Dawn's. Either way, those items should have been turned in Ellie to be fingerprinted, but instead, I don't guess Ryan or Monster thought that. Anyway, PG did not like that. Common sense moment. She's like, no, people don't do that. Yes, they do. Perpetrators of crimes do indeed return to scenes, and the most heinous of them enjoy watching the chaos and shit they create, especially if someone actually took the risk. The type of risk needed to go take Summer off the top of that hill or otherwise, oh, you can damn well bet they're going to be the top return, and I can tell you that because even the real card team agreed with me on that. Something I kept waiting for in the dark and the daylight, but you couldn't have told at a certain point because of these fucking tragedy pimps and all you weirdos out in the world who want to go, I gotta drive by and go in these roads and get the things, and I gotta ghost hunt and Bigfoot and whatever. But had you left us be and a predator returned, we would have been able to notice it as neighbors and community members. But y'all just couldn't fucking stop, could you? Anyway, so it is very likely that someone like that would return. And a freak like that of that caliber and that dangerous an individual could literally, and you know, somebody like that, they had to have eyes on all of us properties, no comings and goings and this and the other. There's only going to be so many, and they're going to be close enough to actually be like the type to go into 125 and go into that shed and stay for that long and be comfortable doing so. You know, if it ain't some freak show out here that was just watching Candace and Dawn from over there in that building or something, you know. Either way, for the tragedy pimps, I'm sure. Either way, it needed to be found and charged and whatever for whatever it was up to. Too bad nobody thought about it. Right? There's a big ass something that could have led to something, and nah, nobody's brains thought that way. But that type of freak would have been close to all of us knowing the properties, most likely. I mean, the chances of them getting that lucky that day, I don't buy. I mean, chances are it is somebody very close that would know the properties, comings and goings of, had eyes on, patterns. And there are a few of those, right? So, for them to have maybe been in that shit, possibility. But anyway, PG didn't like that. Common sense and logic. And then she went right back onto the, I don't know, something else. Some other bullshit. But I don't know, no, C&D, I don't know, some stupid bullshit. Try to, like, no, that's not possible. They wouldn't, nobody come to the predator wouldn't return. Somebody wouldn't be what? No. Made it real uncomfortable to mention it could be some tragedy pamper associated stalker with them watching Candace and them from, you know, and violating their privacy and whatever, or cameras on them, or feeding back all their information to Tragedy Pimp Land here, and that too needed to be figured out, maybe with fingerprints or otherwise, and prosecuted. Suddenly PG went on to other things. Imagine that. But what if? What if it was the predator staying up there all this time, getting off on and jerking off on watching C&Ds or damage they done, and there went a grill or a TV with fingerprints. While Ryan was like, I'm detecting. Right? Makes a hell of a lot of sense. Sure. Anyway, and I've still never watched that video, that hit piece Ryan and our abuse put out. I don't care. Either way, I think it's chaos and bullshit, and it's helping hide the light like everything is to distract and take attention off, just like PG agreed tonight, right? Right. But then on the other hand, she's gonna do it. She's gonna do it herself. It makes perfect fucking sense. While Bones and Justin and the rest of the hive are in chat. Oh dear. Oh no, man. That double-edged piece. Either way, she didn't like it too much, and I called for her and the others to leave Monster and his family alone, quit with purposeful chaos. And then there's Don B with his helpful bullshit. Now this is where it gets interesting. Suddenly, you have Don B saying all kinds of shit in chat, threatening certain things. It's weird to me, considering what Raider did in the way back. What Abuser's done with all these for so long, including Jenny, Adrian, BK, all those, etc. Blah, 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 and what his helpmates done as well. I just, you know, targeting with them. Even weeks ago when Monster said all that stuff himself about certain barrels there to try to torment me, though all I did was what I was advised to do and what was right to do, and trying to keep others safe, and Nobody said a peep then. Even much so, but now they're in Salted's piece tonight. Suddenly, there's this big cry up for them. Like, that's weird. After all these years of the same thing sort of being known and put out and offered out as hit pieces against me. Wait, what? This is strange. Oh, here we go with the Denmark, right? Like, okay, whatever. Whatever. Odd night. Weird flavored that. Especially after certain things. No, you don't say. You don't say. Now, I hate to tell you this, dear idiots, but that doing what don't be suggesting this and the other right in there. It don't help Summer in the least. Not one fucking bit. It's not gonna enact searches across anything for Summer. Might give y'all some content, capital CON, but that's about it. It's goofy at best. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Another drop from PG's Stupid Month. While we were listening, before I grabbed that link, which is why I chose to grab that link, is this right here. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Salted's Mouth had already said this once. And then I kept listening along with the others. And she did it again. She doubled down. Alright. I had a little fast forward, right? And recording. That's it.
I still let your ass go walk so that we could actually see if someone was anywhere around there or if there was anything that had any value to it when it came to her case. So hell yeah, I let your ass walk. You bet your fucking ass I did. All the way up to Ben Hill Road, all the way up on Andy's land, all the way to some radiated fucking poo-poo. There you go. I let your fucking ass walk. There you go, bitch. You think you're smarter than me? Huh? I got you to do all that shit from the fucking chair I'm sitting in. Huh? What the fuck you talking about? Huh? What the fuck you talking about? I get a lot of shit done. You don't even know. You don't even know. I'm a brilliant bitch.
Interesting, huh? Interesting. But she implied several times tonight that she had worked with the group and whatever in order to do whatever, including Ryan, to manipulate things to where he was able to gain access to 125. And that she was responsible for all that. Her and her little brilliant brain. Old sissy there, huh? The original supporter of the chaos in manufacturing, even in the very first few days, and the cover-ups and shit. Weird that. a big thing behind the Candace and Dawn and calls to the sister about Dawn being taken by Ellie, the prank call that was, correlated with J4, Cher, and We Can Leave You Hopeless, and the marathon shit, and certain shit being released. And, oh, God. All these things, aren't there, in here? With Salted and her manipulations of certain things since the beginning. It's weird. Which, I mean, she does enjoy taking credit for shit she ain't done either. But, so there's that with her. But, there's certain times you can just sort of tell certain. Say though, the PG that was in with Cher and Ziggy, first of this, built by, well, but as far as the channel goes, because, see, she inserted at Cindy's level, and then I was there already, and then came online at a certain time, and then got her channel built by those two. Probably for doing such a good heck of a job. And then became Sissy. Right? Still seems to be working on the wrong side of the river, don't she? While proclaiming your tithing to Jesus and Summer Wells. Creating the very chaos and bullshit and lies and narratives. But literally, tonight I heard that fork-tongued creature talk about how Candace and Dawn were the ones doing all this to all the others around there. Sure, whatever. But, dear Sissy, aren't you the first one to be helping them do that? Along with so many others? Aren't you the one doing that? Yeah, that's right, you are. Including with tonight's piece. Just like the rest of you tragedy pieces of shit. You've hit everybody in that damn community and their brothers sideways. Y'all have helped people target others falsely to create the chaos and direct attention away from them. Which, fine, whatever. I'm not saying attention should be whatever, but y'all have helped that. Y'all have helped the giant red flag, even the behavior panel says it's a giant fucking red flag with those who are like, no, pay attention to this, pay attention to these people, I need this guy, whatever, right? Behavior panel says it themselves. Even the last few days as they did the news piece reading on Sebastian's, everything they hit on in there is exactly what certain folks on that hill have done the entire time, which begs the question of then why in the fuck wasn't it read that way by them to begin with? These markers do not apply and aren't present in Sebastian's case to his parents, but they are present with certain others here. Then why in the fuck didn't you call them pieces like that? I don't know. Tools are tools, man. Right? Strange days. Either way, it is red flag. So it's been occurring since June 15th. Nothing new there. But, when you know that's a thing of, hey, if somebody's trying to direct attention away from themselves and shit instantly, like that, after something like June 15th, there's a damn problem. And if you were over here as a tragedy pimp helping that purposefully, which, we have on recording PG and them doing, and that they were told and directed to target half of us, for the Wells and otherwise, well, you really got a goddamn problem, don't you? And it ain't helping Summer in the least. I mean, seriously, and y'all know that. Because that's not what you've all been here for, ever really about. Well, you've pretended to be so to millions throughout the years. For millions and millions throughout the years. Anyway, so it's just weird to me that tonight they start this cry in chat. Didn't happen even after Monster Cell shit weeks ago, not throughout all the months, the years, not even after certain things by Raider. Eons ago. Twilight. Others embedded in and around search and really, I just, bro. And that smacks a little considering what this group's trying to do, which is take out the Cajun Navy and Sebastians and plant certain folks in that one. Instead, their goodwill, raising money, fiascos, and willing to play tragedy pimps online thing. I just don't know, man. Has flavor to it. Much like AWP did. Still does. Kylie Rodney's and otherwise. And then that oopsie daisies people pulled in court for Jared Lysick. As he's the man who holds all the money while the searchers are provided for by communities and their own heckin' dollars. I don't know, man. Oopsies. StreamX. My bad, dude. Tisk tisk. Either way, it's just another one. Salted stupid mouth did it tonight. Again. Twice. 2 gifts in one night. Either way, I made sure to let it know that it's targeting of I Monster helping create the chaos machine. Any of that shit was the opposite of helpful and the opposite of shining light on her double forked tongue, saying she wanted to shine light on all the right people yelling so crap tonight. And I told her to knock it the hell off. Told her to knock it the hell off. Not to be targeting any of us. Not abusing his family either, and knock it off and put light back where it belongs. I'm gonna guess that's part of why everything's privated. I don't care. Tragedy pimps, man. Anyway, I thought it a good moment in time to show another one of their bullshit things tonight, just to revisit the way back. So I think we're gonna revisit the way back origin points, you know, and do that, especially considering those involved in tonight's bait ball bullshit fuckery, Denmark rotten smell on it, targeting effort, la la la, chats, attempted baitings, all laugh. I'm not having it. Y'all are my nerves. And Phil knows that she profited this one for reasons. Probably because it showed Ryan to be a dumbass. First thing you'd think as a real investigator, detective, or, well, real cartoon, people revisit scenes of. They enjoy watching shit like that. And if there is truly someone that took Summer, they will revisit somehow. If they took that fucking risk, you can damn well bet it, but we couldn't tell in the first place. It's one of the very many reasons I sat outside and did everything I did. And goddamn, after they opened that road, though, dude, couldn't tell. Because all the freaks out in the world that want to visit everything in their goddamn petting zoo. All the tragedy pimps, the bullshit. C&D were inviting up there. Prayer Garden Squalls, others were pushing for people like the Amy Tates and Sanchez's. You then see come here and lie about my son, myself, this there, blackmail, all this crap. See them tweaking on the damn news at Summer's fucking vigils in the first couple weeks, and then they're out here lying on all that. I mean, it's just, you couldn't tell, man, right? Because all you know. But if somebody, and you got to think we did have real predators in there, 1/2 operating for years prior to Summer Revenge. This is a fact. This is a goddamn fact. People who did know our routines and whereabouts fact that was goddamn scary. Even in the couple years leading up to Summer Vanishing, who did know those properties well enough to whatever, and to maybe be the type comfortable enough to go put their asses in that fucking shed and watch. If they were responsible, or even Predator returning to watch Married for a few nights, or when they whatever, whenever. They enjoy that type of shit. That's what those types of fucking predators that have that much risk taking on them do. Like, damn, it's pretty well known. But it could also very well be just some freak show related to tragedy pimps, or another bounty hunter or Lady Justice types or freak shows help them play in sleighs and green eyes and all that shit. Over there, just keeping eyes on C&D that way, 24 hours a day. And if you think that ain't happening around us, you're sadly mistaken. Look at what all of y'all have watched in the past years. As they've admitted to having stalker fires, the Yennefer's drive-bys, they do this, keep catalogs on us, Aaron. I'll tell you, recently there's been things found here that show and prove they've been doing all kinds of fucked shit on this property to us and keeping eyes on us in some of the most insane ways, but we've kind of known this before. So there's no real links they won't go to around any of us. And that too should be prosecuted. So, but Ryan, wasn't like, oh, let's think that way. Could be fingerprints on the TV and grill. It could be the person's responsible. It could be one of the other fucking predators that were there and present for fact for years. Catch them finally, maybe? Or, any of that. Didn't occur to anybody. Because believe it or not, I still have not watched all that hit piece live Ryan the Abuser did, nor do I ever care to. Because I knew what it was when it was there, and I knew why he got access. It was for helping target and torment us for several months into leading up to a golden ticket, just like the other crew did every time they did this stuff. Um, that was his present prize. And they thought they'd go a different way. I just don't know what to tell you about it, but I'm used to it. It's been years. Either way, I also think the bits where PG doubles down on the being responsible for Ryan and helping manipulate the rest of this group to where he got access and did all that and was able to go up there and get, whatever. I don't want that very much for people to, I don't know. Hell if I care. But it does do a lead back. There are other things there. And I know that certain folks have been really inset and itching for certain things that certain groups were embedded with. Real law enforcement searchers in the first days. I know that certain ones were taking pictures and TikTok, all these other things, and feeding them back out into this realm and to others, boots on the ground and super stealth and the sleuths and whatever else and crime scene Karens and the don't fuck with cats wannabe bastards around here and such. Um, it's just thing is, this place that operates in and wants to patty cake with you and then eat you on the other end. And there will always maybe be eventually a time for that where they will attempt to do that in monster, etc., blah, blah. But I think from the way back, there's been a great deal of anyone access to property. It's why I've warned so greatly against it. Um, and certain monster brains can only think in golden ticket means and using things to target or abuse us. Um, and not in a way that to think about it like, why would this group want this here? Why would they want to help me? Blah, blah. Yada, yada, do this to her, etc. Well, it's to hide the light, create chaos, jello, mud, with him, for starters. Then, it's to try to gain anything he knows, and that's pretty much an end. And to gain access to that property repeatedly. To take his light from whatever, and then to probably eat it, but that's been occurring since, I don't know, if it paid more attention, I don't, there have been games afoot since before we were ever public or even knew what the hell this place was or its realm existed, being fed out about all of us in that community by certain folks to target all of us and to throw everything out at everybody else but, and then there are others that work with tragedy pimps that were embedded in and around search groups and LE and otherwise, that seemingly help in that in certain aspects in cases they're able to get into, which is really goddamn worrisome. Something I've said and been screaming about for several years now, but nobody's paid attention to, and that's fine, whatever, you know. But the timing of this and the things in chat occurring tonight seemed a little weird, convenient, very baity and Denmarky. It's just weird all those years, everything's known, really. Okay? But then suddenly, ugh, the cry up. You don't think so. Mm-mm. It's got a flavor on it, man. Dudes. Really does. But I thought it helpful maybe to take a walk into the way back. Sort of. It's the way back origin points, but something we've gone through recently. Several times. Either way, I don't know what they were after tonight, what their agenda is, which one's what, and if users remnant, I don't know. I have my ideas on all of it, like all of us here on the ground sort of do. Um, and then of course try to cover ass to, the whole sedative thing at night. Just like whatever, and then try to twist immediately to that. I'm just like, you know, you can explain, re-explain, just like I did that night. They're always going to take it and run with it and do whatever because chasing's it up. And make it a thing. Right. They're going to make it a thing. But yeah, didn't like that. And then I was given the boot. The boot! The dreaded boot! But let's make it clear tonight. It booted Crooked, Pam, and somebody else all at one time because it was in a heckin' mood. Probably was doing with that as weed brownies that y'all tithe to Jesus in summer to afford it while I can't afford socks for its imaginary children. And was burning their damn Easter dinner because it was on YouTube. Wild, huh? But then took all the kids out for Easter. Could afford that. No biggie, just burn Easter because it was on YouTube. Anyway, yeah, find a flavor on it tonight. I do. Anyway, while they were trying to do whatever it was they were doing, Salted's dumb mouth gave me a few things I needed, so I don't know. I guess she's going to work harder. Pile out less access. But anyway, not she kicked everybody out. And then wished them happy birthdays and things. But then talk shit about his mom. Y'all should see it as well. I mean, I got it recorded if y'all want to see it. Pretty great. But I think tonight going in the layback is probably more beneficial. Alright, so we're gonna watch a bit of this. It's actually one of my lives, and I apologize in advance, but I don't feel like explaining shit again. So I'm just gonna let past me do it while we all listen to my ASMR, whatever it is, tones. If you can handle it, you can handle it. Fall asleep otherwise, I hear I'm great for that. Alright. Now I don't know if I'm starting in the right place here, but shit, I think the live's still up. It's called Sunday Times. Prayer Garden of America's Confession and Cover-Ups and Setups. I think there's two right there, side by side, or three. I don't know. Anyway, open. Y'all do what you want. Alright, so we're gonna take a walk through Jurassic Park. In the semi-way back that includes the way back. About the Sherpa sometimes those are oh dear. Oh dear. I know, buddy. I know. Alright. Got it. Okay. Maybe. Grabs everything, and eventually after you wash it does things. I'm hoping this one doesn't do that. But yeah, there's two of them on the list. So anyway, yeah. This one's like just a throw. A bit pretty tiny, but it works. The person who got it for me probably understood kitchen tables. Like, okay, she's gonna sit there in front of the freaking camera, and we're gonna get her, so we're gonna get her a throw-in. So yeah, that's the thing, Shirley. I'm waiting on the cats with the Sherpa. I am. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right. So what the fuck? Are you serious? Wow. Speed it up, girl. Speed it up. Wow. No, Nance, it's not coming back. Nope. But like I said, all things on my list are sharing with lists, so I guess, you know. Yeah. How long goes that put up? Holy shit. Should have known. I was just, oh my god. They're gonna be less blatant than that. They are getting sloppy these days. Holy hell. Wow. Oh boy. Alrighty then. I guess we'll address that next few days and everything sort of jiggles loose. God bless. Y'all just down here doing all the things this season, aren't you? Holy hell. Why am I even surprised? This is wild. No, it's not. It's fine. Oh, some shit different make this group. Alright. So, let me see. Alright. You're always. Oh, dear, Dolly is advertising for Cracker Barrel. I love Dolly, but I really hate fucking Cracker Barrel. That's not good. That's the blandest fucking food I've ever had in my life. Alright.
Well, this is going to be a short one for me because of the vigil tonight. Just want to remind everybody, hey, May May and Glitter.
Hey, May May. Jody sees first motherfucker in our inbox ever, May May. Threatening me. Coming from the Zigsters. Crazy bitch.
Hey, Glitter, do you want to come up for a little bit? I'm not going to be on very long. Hey, Emre.
Emre. Oh, Emre of the Duty on Ziggy. Emre. No. Carrying on.
So tonight's the vigil, and I thought about doing something, but I think everybody's going to be over at, I don't know, Tiffany Marie. She's True Crime with Libby is going to be there. Hey, Amber. Misunderstood. Oh my gosh. You're crazy. Wow, I saw that video that you pissed off Rose pretty bad, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much for sticking up for me. I was talking to my mods about that. I was like, wow, she's Did you see her recent video she did? What she doesn't get is, like, I don't send you guys over there to say anything. It's just, you know. All right, sounds good, Clitter. Hey, Doodle.
Doodle.
So here's the petition to sign to get Summer into the national news. Hopefully, Dr. Phil will.
Go and just make note of a doodle and a glitter again here. Alright. Carrying on. Emre, May May. Jesus Lord. Have mercy. The origin points for all these fuckers. No, weren't they all banking on that Dr. Phil shit right then? Oh boy. Alright.
Help it. If
they needed all the attention, they needed petitions to get national news on it, so they brought more over here for it. Ah, yeah.
That's going to happen. I mean, if they don't back out or whatever happens with that. Oh, I know she erased all comments. Like, she erases all the. I know she says she doesn't. She says YouTube's doing that. But go look at my comments, and you're going to see a mixture of good and bad. I don't erase any. Now, YouTube does erase occasionally, like some, but.
Oh, good Lord.
Rose Welsh is this girl that's really had it out for me.
I'm just speeding it up for all
I
of us.
forgot about her, but she ended up, she just keeps doing videos. One of her new things is that she's saying is, or people are saying, oh, on her last video, she said that I have, with a criminal record like myself, like, or something. She said something like that. I'm like, criminal record like myself? What are you talking about? I think you're misinformed. I think she's lying or exaggerating or been mistold, because all I've ever had, I had a possession of marijuana 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago.
The Jersey Mike's catering box.
Oh, the way back with the bones. Tell you what.
Is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part was picking your soul.
And which was a misdemeanor amount. I had a possession of marijuana 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, and which was a misdemeanor amount. And then in 2007, I had a DUI. You guys, I don't even drink or even smoke or do anything anymore.
Now, my how times have changed, huh? Several years later, we know this is not true. Because, like, recently, when Ziggy couldn't identify leg or arm bones on keys, but could identify the ankle bracelet. So even recently, here's an example of Ziggy going, yeah, I was an active addiction and couldn't stay clean, and I kept getting charges there and had to wear my own ankle bracelet. I don't know what that is, keys, haha, but she couldn't identify bones still. But so she thought it was an arm instead of a leg, but she didn't know what an ankle was. So we all know by this point, and Ziggy often talks poetically and lovingly about drugs and such. When you mention them, she waxes on poetically, slobberingly. So anyway, you know there's a whole bunch of shit, and short anklet by this point. You don't get that for, and she's admitted that because she couldn't keep her shit straight while like, whatever, much like he. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, so carry on.
But they've turned it into, like, I have this major criminal record. Even one girl named Yaba or something is saying that, ask Ziggy about her.
And you know what's wild is for some reason, in 2021, while you're listening to Ziggy, you know what's not present there at all, really, in any of her early stuff? Her allergies. Maybe it's just because at that point she was living somewhere else before they did the whole pretend Ziggy has all the protections out, Ziggy needs to move, BK scary shit to get her moved, which was all bullshit scam, but maybe it's because of, like, certain types of grass she was living around before that scam moved. Wild boxing me with orders and all this sort of shit, blame, whatever, getting money on it. But she didn't have allergies back then, guys. The Sniffleupagus didn't have any sniffles. It was wild, really. Carry on. Just something I noticed.
Her warrant. I'm like, I don't have a warrant. What are you talking about? Yeah, then they tried to say I have warrants. I don't have warrants. I even said to him, I said...
And yeah, I said Sniffleupagus, not Snuffleupagus, like Sesame Street, because this bitch, even with hooked on phonics, couldn't make her way to Sesame Street. Y'all don't know what I mean. Alright, carry on.
I'm waiting to send this supposed warrant to my email. What would I have a warrant about? I'm a total recluse. I don't even do anything these days. I don't even drink or nothing. It makes me sick, so... Hey, Chasing. So...
That's justice, not heroin.
I saw your... Hey,
which played a role in the early fuckery for sure. Carry on.
Chasing, do you want to come up real quick and explain what happened? Because I saw your post about where you had me tagged. Did that have to do with a Rose Welsh? Because I saw...
I'm just going to kind of skip ahead here because this is just drama shit. That leads back to other shit, but it's just drama shit. Oh, another one comes up. Can't quite remember her name. She's from way back too. She's still around here. And then what happens is, let me see. This might be Mark. Close to this.
I'm passionate about helping people, and real estate gives me the opportunity to do that.
No.
Really, Joan Spring is, I've seen her before, but yeah. And I don't know Critical K, I'm sure she'll tell you the same thing, that she's never talked to me before. I can't say for sure if I know that Tiffany and Critical K are friends, but I don't think so. I really don't. But yeah, thank you so much, Chase.
You're welcome. Have a good day, honey.
What would I have a warrant about? I'm a total recluse. I don't even do anything these days. I don't even drink or nothing. It makes me sick, so... Hey, Chasing. So...
That's justice, not heroin.
I saw your... Hey,
which played a role in the early fuckery for sure. Carry on.
Chasing, do you want to come up real quick and explain what happened? Because I saw your post about where you had me tagged. Did that have to do with a Rose Welsh? Because I saw...
I'm just going to kind of skip ahead here because this is just drama shit. That leads back to other shit, but it's just drama shit. Oh, another one comes up. Can't quite remember her name. She's from way back too, but she's still around here. And then what happens is, let me see. This might be the mark. Close to it.
I'm passionate about helping people, and real estate gives me the opportunity to do that.
No.
Who really, Joan Spring is, I've seen them before, but yeah. As I don't know Critical K, and I'm sure she'll tell you the same thing, that she's never talked to me before. I can't say for sure if I know that Tiffany and Critical K are friends, but I don't think so. I really don't. But yeah, thank you so much, Chase.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye.
Now, what's happening here, if you read the comments section, or at least what's left of it, right, the chat, PG's pulling a pick-me maneuver, purposefully so. This is after the threats, but remember the stream the other night before PG got real up in her shit, and is really making him mad. It's what was outed during the live stream, not that I was on him, tearing him apart. It's just that little pieces, right? But, she is, three sissies in a raincoat. One of those had threatened to go to YouTubers, podcasters, felt shit on Dawn if he didn't comply. Oh, and then here's PG straight out of Facebook, where she was straight like jerking Dawn in all the Facebook things. Like, oh yeah, straight trying to play pick me and all the things, and then Ziggy funds her much like a else and puts her up on panel. Imagine that, right? Same song and dance, game routine, right? So yeah, all right. But in this is Prayer Garden hopping up and down, going, hey, I know the wheels. And then a link is given out too freely. It's weird how Ziggy just finds all these people. They just suddenly appear in a Ziggy. Yeah, okay. Much like 333 be appearing everywhere in the first hours after summer. Sure, whatever. Carrying on.
But I do know we'll stop before the visual and stuff for an hour. And that.
Oh, of course, yeah, we're gonna stop that night before the vigil. Yeah. Right. PG's down there in the chat talking about how Dawn and Candace are not participating because they're mad because the money's not coming to them and shit. Something about a chart. I don't know. PG. On that money shit again. Alright, carry on.
Wait, everybody can focus on that, which I'm sure everybody's going to go watch that anyways. I think Tiffany's probably doing something cool with that, or probably several other channels. Maybe Nita.
Need $1. Tiffany, 423. Oh dear. And the billboards and Christy Vincent and Draw and oh my gosh, the rest. Oh dear, and all the things. And then also in this chat, you'll find people being like, I just bought hundreds of dollars worth of summer merch. I assume off of Q. Who the fuck really knows where? I don't know.
I want to know where we can watch this at, though. Who's having it streaming on their channels?
I think Tiffany.
Okay.
Yeah, and probably Nita and.
Oh yeah, Nita's gonna be there. Yeah.
Yeah, so exactly one.
And remember the call-up thing for some of them was, you know what, fuck it. We're going to carry on.
An hour. So for those who don't know exactly what Eastern, it's 1 hour from now. Nita, Prayer Garden, are you coming up we'd love to hear from you because everybody always thinks that you're gone or something.
Yeah. And I can tell that age.
Oh, here they are. They stuck to their.
Hey. How are you? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can really well.
Well, would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? We have a female. Well.
Remember how PG made her appearance on Cher and Ziggy's and was putting out the receipts, including Dawn and Candace for feeding out info to this group on us and other neighbors and personal and private business first day, also crap, all the receipts, the emails, all these little things. People didn't believe her. Ziggy and Cher helped her build her channel, etc. Alright, carrying on. And then she became Sissy, the ultimate defender of the whales, and targeting all of us, and then freely admitted it later on, then oopsies, and then backed that bus up, and yeah, whatever. Carrying on.
Sydney is not done well.
So, are you from the area of the Wells?
No, I'm not. I actually started talking to Donald early into this.
But she asked where you were from. She didn't ask about when Donald. What? Okay, whatever.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And
You have a female. Not done Wells.
nope, Sydney is not done well.
So, are you from the area of the Wells?
No, I'm not. I actually started talking to Donald early into this.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And trust me, they know what happened to Summer. They know. Candace's
What you also find in this chat is there being like, PG's a scorned woman. Don won't have her tell us all you know. Do you know where Summer is, PG? Why do you have this much info? If you know all these things, then why haven't you contacted the FBI? Since you appear to know what's happened to Summer, Miss, writing the speeches, talking about a serial kidnapper for Don Wells and shit. So anyway, most at this point knew about PG's thing for Dawn, and all the things have been added and how she was behaving on Facebook with Dawn, and all this stuff. And then, you know, obviously one of the three sissies on the piece we played the other night threatened to come to podcasters and shit on Dawn if XYZ didn't have any other type of shit. So it looks like one of the three sissies appeared. It was pretty scorned and heated about some shit, and then it's all, fuck Dawn! But also not. I mean, okay. Yeah, she probably wanted to, but I'm saying, like, she's like, anti-Dawn, but also not, right? Right! Yeah. Carrying on.
hiding, she's avoiding. Really, people need to be calling Candace out. She knows what happened. She's a lot meaner of a human than we're seeing. I mean, what you guys see is...
And of course she was gearing up for Dawn's wife. You know. Right? Right! Bitch is guilty. If she's guilty, then... Hey. Right? Right. Alright, Karina.
Candace, when she's putting on her show of, oh, I'm so kind, I'm the victim. But if you talk to Donald in the evening, when Candace is screaming, you're a H, you're a this, you're a that, you're, oh my God, she is off the wall crazy. Truthfully.
So, no, she wasn't in the video with the little girl, and she don't live around there. So, when you started talking to Don, how long did you talk with him for?
For months. Matter of fact, your letters did.
Now, I love how that panelist spoke for PG. It was like, no, that's not her on Summer's swing with a little girl around her. PG doesn't live around him. But what have y'all heard PG say repeatedly? She was on the hill. She visited. She did all the shit. You've also heard her, while I was on panel, tell me that she was in the house when Candace and I were on vid chats, and that the day Candace found the SD card finally, one of them at least, that she was there and helped Candace find that. But she was there. She's put herself there on the hill, but shit. Right? 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 Jody C, I was right there. Helped Candace find that SD card that day that you all were on bitch channel. I was there. Right. She's placed herself there hanging out. She sure has. Now, Squall definitely was. Dale and who knows how many other praying ass motherfuckers. Praying is in the PREY sense. PG's out there trying to cleanse Dawn's ass and get a wedding ring. And Squall was calling for the house to be redone, stuff to come in, cleansing to both putting out misinformation, both weirdly concerned with the money shit. House revamping, I guess for PG to move right in and live in, right? Take over. Squall was going to get the house built and renewed, and PG was going to move in and get a wedding ring if she could get rid of Candace, and if they could all collect on their reward together, it'd be a happy PG family. Right? We don't know. We're just speculating. It's for entertainment purposes only. Carrying on.
Statements that he was
Fair use, code 612666, devil in disguise. I don't know.
putting out about Summer. I wrote those statements for him, trying to get him to focus on Summer to start truthfully.
So, no, she wasn't in the video with the little girl, hun. She don't live around there. So when you started talking to Don, how long did you talk with him for?
For months. Matter of fact, the letters, the statements that he was putting out about Summer, I wrote those statements for him, trying to get him to focus on Summer, to start talking about Summer.
Wow.
Now, you know, that doesn't make a lick of sense. Read those long, hot PG edition speeches she wrote for Don and the rest of this group to read for him like he had written them. All geared towards, I guess, serial kidnappers and all this and the other. That was not her. Now you'll hear in a minute be like, Don and Candace are guilty. They know something. Blah, 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 right? Well, it don't add up. So how were those speeches being written to help him concentrate on Summer? They weren't. This home slice is not consistent with her fuckery. Right? It makes no sense. None. I think any of us with a little bit of discernment, common sense, logic, and working brains can figure that out. But she had to make it look, because now she's getting to be all pissy because, I don't know, she didn't get a wedding ring in the house Squall built. I don't know. Carrying on.
But, you know, he just put them out there and nothing. I mean, he took the credit for the statements, but...
Okay, so when...
She's like, he took the credit. No, you were writing for him as a ghostwriter, homie, and that was the intended purpose. And then for Benny and all them who PG and Squall were in contact with to read them off this group to disseminate and act like Tom was writing them that way. It looked good on him, like he really did care and like he was really whatever, right? Right? Yeah. Okay.
When you talked to Don, did he say anything about or suggest anything about him knowing what has happened with Summer?
He said that, I think I'm safe because I'm pretty sure because I was at work, right?
Right. Wow.
What do you mean? If you don't know anything, why would you be worrying about if you're safe or not?
Right. Have you been in touch with TBI with information you have?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Yes, I have. He had a coworker. I was on the phone with him and a coworker where he was working. Because he can't talk to really nobody at home around Candace because Candace is like crazy. She's crazy. She's off the wall. Cusses everybody. She's super mean. For some reason, she's got this fantasy that everybody wants Donald. Okay, Candace, if that makes you feel better about having him, go for it, hon.
Right.
So,
when you were...
Anyway, he was at work.
Listen to it again. We'll just do it again because it amuses me.
Okay. you for that. I appreciate that.
Yes, I have. He had a coworker. I was on the phone with him, and a coworker where he was working, because he can't talk to really nobody at home around Candace, because Candace is like crazy. She's crazy. She's off the wall. Cusses everybody. She's super mean. For some reason, she's got this fantasy that everybody wants Donald. Okay, Candace, if that makes you feel better about having him, go for it, hon.
Right.
You
When you were
Just to add in here, as y'all know clearly now in those first weeks and months since you have PG, if you were here in the beginning, hitting on and being whatever with Dawn, and you also have Cher sending Dawn her ass cheeks, and we all know how Cher, does her thing around certain folks, especially Dawn, right? Now she gaslit the shit out of Candace with it and this here, so obviously Candace went crazy, and you people were being super disrespectful, and you were gaslighting her, and you abused her, and outright abusing her yourselves, much like Cher, and also pushing in gaslighting moments toward Dawn would beat her and do all these things to her while you all helped it along. But yet, there's a PG and a Cher the whole time calling her crazy or mean or this, the other, that they weren't heckin' doing anything. But, well, it's pretty out there and open that they damn well were, and if you pay attention at first, you could clearly see that. I knew that even before leaving there, and I could hear how Cher was speaking to Don. I mean, like, it was, and then, all these things, but, it's pretty out there now. So, as you can see, they were driving a narrative for you all, though, weren't they? All around vigils and reward funds and weird shit, and trying to have Candace set up all these things, man. Make Candace look like the actress, right? And then I'll talk to her and pushed into two groups with PG and them wanting that call with the sisters done, and then it being put out for J4 and them to air and share behind the scenes with We Can Leave You Hopeless, and Dawn and all them talking about holding the fundraiser under false pretenses and to get convenient 50K there too. I don't know, it just all reeks, doesn't it? It really does. Damn sure made C look a certain way, though, didn't it? Another abuser propped up, helped along to abuse a female. Women doing all that. Cher helping in it, just like she's the abuser, all these things, but I don't know. It looks like PG, Cher, J4, not to be confused with Justin, but J is for Justice, and We Can Leave You Hopeless and all them with the fundraiser shit in the back, and Candace being pushed in by PG on their side, and them to do that phone call and the hoax man, and also crap, and several reasons for it, including fucking with McDonough as well. Yeah, all these things, but Tiffany and others, had acquired the sisters, and they went to McDonough anyway. I just, good lord at this ball of tragedy maps, how they work, and what they're working for, and have been the whole time, right? Something dark side. Alright, carrying on. Right.
Anyway, he was at work. A coworker had came in. I was on the phone with him.
Says his fantasy, everybody wants Donald. Weird she just put that in there out of nowhere, wasn't it? She's always trying to make everybody around all these men are abusers and shit. She's trying to make the women look like this. She is an abuser apologist, a cleanser, and she is an abuser. She has a real problem, man. Anybody that's been a victim, survivor, fighter of anything, look how many examples we've seen of her continually through all these years, trashing victims of SA of any type, trafficking of any type, domestic violence survivors, you name it. Dawn's sisters, even her seemingly waxing poetic the other night over how Dawn really did love this little girl, as in his sister, and she was still thinking of her in terms of a little girl. It was pretty gross. Something ain't right here with this. Okay?
And the coworker came in to talk to him, and next thing I know, the coworker started screaming.
And Candace treats Tommy, and Candace, right?
Oh my gosh, what's that smell? What's that smell? Oh my gosh, it smells like death. Everybody,
and those who have been around long enough to know the Linda fuckery and the Tucker drama and that type of bullshit that, and it was also coming out here. Keep this in mind. PG like a crow and shiny things and the connection. And yeah, that's Linda of the helped our abuser and the fuckery around Iron Little. The Linda of the 423 chase, the Linda of the fake hotel receipts with Scott H, the Linda of the email check-in, the Linda of the sleigh thing, the Linda of the discords, the Linda of Tucker Drywall, the Linda with 423 chase riding around, that's the Linda 333, Coleslaw 333, that's the Linda who has lawsuits against certain people in 3 counties after certain things gonna, I don't know, hold them over their head. It's a little weird around here. Yeah, we're all talking about that Linda, alright? Carrying on. This group. Keep Linda in mind when you hear what PG's about to say.
For me, for some reason, she's got this fantasy that everybody wants Donald. Okay, Candace, if that makes you feel better about having him, go for it, hon.
Right.
So, when you were, anyway, he was at work. A coworker had came in. I was on the phone with him, and the coworker came in to talk to him. And next thing I know, the coworker started screaming, "Oh my gosh, what's that smell? What's that smell? Oh my gosh, it smells like death in here."
Oh my God.
For real. And
okay,
then,
so let me stop you for just 1 second. I'm sorry. Do you know where this was? Like what site, town, anything?
It was wherever he was working.
You gotta give her a minute to think. It was wherever he was working. Hold on. Give it a second until somebody else in chat says the thing that rings a bell. Now I can just make up some bullshit. Fair enough.
It was, he had 2, it was when he was saying to everyone.
He had 2, well, it was when he was saying to everyone, so not you specifically, PG, though you're here on this panel proclaiming to be the Don Wells whatever encyclopedia and you're in contact. Well, he had these 2 things, and well, it was when he was telling everybody else but PG all these things online, and I picked them up like a shiny crow.
I'm having problems concentrating and doing my work, and I need to be getting my work done. It was during that time.
Bobo interview much? That's what I thought. Carry on.
The co-worker's name by any chance? Did he mention?
No, I don't, but I was going to get off the phone with him so he could talk with whoever came in, and the guy wasn't wanting to talk to him. The guy's like, "I'm out of here." He was running, and Donald was standing.
He told you he didn't have time for you on the phone. He had to concentrate on his job to let him the fuck go, PG. But you were going to let him off the phone and so you could talk to whatever, but you wanted to be on the phone with him. Right? Plus little Bobo? Could be. I don't know. Shiny crow.
They're trying to convince him that it was some rank drywall mud. It was some ranked up drywall mud, and he done poured. I think the guy was, going to try to look around, and Donald's like, but I done disposed of it outside somewhere.
How would she ascertain that? By hearing somebody come into a job site and go, man, it smells funny here. Did they then go on to this big giant speech about how they're going to search around for it? Yeah, I doubt that. People should be making up shit. Filler. Right? Levy.
And, so the guy couldn't find the nasty drywall mud. But I used to case and base and was around a lot of drywalling and everything. And
no, MGL did not, surely. And that was all fuckery, and Don and him had contact with them and kept fucking around. Look, and that's still not what happened. But that rumor persists around here, and Don definitely says it enough on real media while playing behind the scenes these douchebags that everybody buys it. But no, anyway, care no.
Now, drywall mud does not stink. It don't smell like death.
Right. Now, how long ago was this, if you can recall?
It was some ranked up drywall mud.
Do you know the co-worker's name by any chance? Did he mention?
No, I don't, but I was going to get off the phone with him so he could talk with whoever came in, and the guy wasn't wanting to talk to him. The guy's like, I'm out of here. He was running, and Donald was standing there trying to convince him that it was some ranked drywall mud. It was some ranked up drywall mud, and he done poured. I think the guy was, going to try to look around. And
I remember that sort of comes from Dudley, who later on you find out is driving around with and directing MGL and crew too. PG does like being a shiny crow, but then you had all these characters in the background too. Weird shit. The Lindas and the Tuckers and all things. So strange.
And Donald's like, I done disposed of it outside somewhere. And, so the guy couldn't find the nasty drywall mud. But
so she thought this guy was going to go look around for it somewhere, implying that, to her knowledge, while she's on the phone, he didn't already do that. But then within 15 seconds, she flips it to the guy that had already searched and he couldn't find it. She just be making up shit. Wow. Carrying on.
I used to case and base and was around a lot of drywalling and everything.
And now we have a magical PG was a drywaller. Did y'all know PG was a fucking drywaller? A case and base drywaller or whatever. Did y'all know PG was a drywaller? According to PG, she was a drywaller. Let's do it again.
Now, it was some ranked up drywall mud, and he done poured. I think the guy was, going to try to look around, and Donald's like, I done disposed of it outside somewhere. And, so the guy couldn't find the nasty drywall mud. But I used to case and base and was around a lot of drywalling and everything. And now drywall mud does not stink. It don't smell like death.
Right. Now, how long ago was this, if you can recall?
It doesn't.
Are you there, love?
Oh no, did we lose her?
I'm
Damn it. You're buffering, Prayer Garden.
I think.
Okay, I think you're good. Yeah, I think you're good now.
How long ago was that?
It was around 3 or more weeks ago. I say 3 or 4 weeks ago. I called TBI.
Now that would place it in mid-September-ish, whatever, right? Oh, yeah.
called TBI a couple weeks ago, and it was like probably a couple weeks, maybe a week or a couple weeks before that, wherever he was. I know he.
Make that jargon make sense. Now, did you call TBI about this prayer garden? How long ago was this? Well, like 3 weeks ago, but it was a couple weeks before that. But also make the jargon make sense.
And moved from one TBI. I called TBI a couple weeks ago, and it was like probably a couple weeks, maybe a week or a couple weeks before that, wherever he was. I know he had moved from one place to another. He would.
My man goes 2 places, but she knew he moved from one place to
working at this one particular place that he said he had to finish up.
He had these 2 places, but then he was working at this one particular place that he said he had to finish up, but that's not too particular. It's not very exact, PG. So there's 2 places, there's 3 places, there's all, I don't know. I can't tell you, even though I called it into the TBI specifically. Because it was like 3 weeks ago, it was 2 weeks before that, it was, very unspecific. Even though everybody here on the streets knew where Dawn and the job sites were. Yeah, okay. And apparently except for PG, who was in direct contact.
Before he moved to a new place. So it was somewhere in between that.
So there's 2 places, and there's one he had to finish up middle, and he had to move to a new place, and this is like the 4 sissies in a raincoat thing happening on Cher's and shit that we listen to the other night. It's fun.
So TBI was aware of the
nasty smell, and I told him go talk to the coworker.
Right.
The coworker definitely knows he said what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
He was there. He's the one who was screaming that it smells like death in here.
Yeah.
Seriously. I just thought, because everybody was saying Donald Bass and sewer water and everything, so I'm just thinking it was probably maybe him. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to be rude.
She's acting as if she was in person with Dawn and she could smell it and like implying he's, in sewer water, whatever. And she didn't want to be rude. She's talking as if she's in person and somebody might smell in person, but obviously she wasn't. I didn't want to be rude. What, over the phone do you have fucking smellograph, Granny? Not to be confused with the telegraph and Morse code and whatever. But is there a smellograph now? And also, you remember what we listened to on Cher's, the old Cher thing that we listened to on Family Night, whatever, with her on there? And she immediately starts hammering down on true and excusing Dawn, and it's about true. Here you go again. And this is how you know that she's interested in listening to those done right and whatever, and to hit out and to be a weapon for. And you remember PG? She tried to take this back from me on panel twice. Once she admitted to it that she had indeed been attacking all of us around everything because Candace and Dawn asked her to, etc., much like Mullen. Yeah, so I don't know. Apparently, she's like, well, I didn't want to be offensive. That's something you would say if you were in person with somebody, sweat, smell, something like that, and you didn't want to mention it. You know what I mean? So, if you think about what she's saying, it's like, what? And she's bringing up True and what True said about Dawn. Or the household.
Yeah.
But, and everything, so I'm just that it smells like death in here.
Yeah.
Seriously. I just thought, because everybody was saying Donald Bass and sewer water and everything, so I'm just thinking it was probably maybe him. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to be rude.
Yeah.
But, But then after I thought about it, and I asked him,
I'm sorry, she went for a simpler word. I could have sworn she said offensive, but she just said rude.
Told him about True saying that they bathed in sewer water and everything, and he said no, that was a lie, that they had real water and everything at their house.
And this tells me things about PG, just like it does True. True took it as like sewer water, that's what she described it as, but Dawn and Candace have literally one of the most sulfuric well systems I've ever witnessed, but a lot are up and down through the community. But yeah, that's why that smell is in it. True didn't understand it because, lifestyle is different, placements. So they just think, God, why is this water's color? Why does it smell like this? But it's sulfuric. It has a whole, like, 110 is probably one of the worst I've seen. It's not sewer water, it's just very sulfurous. But that tells me that PG is unaware too. Which would place her out of certain environments, knowledge of, even at her age, etc. Yeah. Carrying on.
So I just assumed that, okay, well, maybe it wasn't you. So what was it? It needed to be checked out. And also, he's sitting there blaming everyone. Like, he blames everyone for Summer. Mr. Dobbs, the red truck, the yellow.
What the fuck you complain about, PG? You've made your ties to Summer Wells. God thinks you and Summer thinks you ass on fingering everyone around everything and destroying everything in real lives and shit and slander harassment. You slinging at everybody but Dawn too. Well, damn. That sounds just like tonight and always a PG, right? Right. Her carrying on with the same exact shit, but then she's out like, what the damn? From 21 until then and tonight and oh hell, you don't say. PG's guess consistent in that, right? Right. Carry on. And yeah, still waiting on that ring in that newly refurbished house at Squawbill. Bless you, PG. Bless you. So why is she giving shit to Dawn? They've been doing that shit since June 15th. Hell, everybody expected. We know how the fuck they are in that community. But you? Who the fuck are you, insertion detective? Out here throwing shit at all the people. Oh, wait, that's right. You were asked to by Dawn and Candace. I forget. And you were here to be the apologist and the abuser apology. It's fine. Okay.
Or this, that. He's sitting there running you guys around in a circle. He's running you around the bush.
Yeah, so are you, lady. For several years now. And you were doing it on Facebook as well for Dawn and others. I mean, you were doing this shit for years. Long before the rest of the public. Ma'am. And I use that term loosely, though I am taught to try to respect my elders. I gotta tell you, some days that's a little harder than others. I was listening to some shit earlier. And Home Slice here uses the word snapshot instead of screenshot and uses something else, videotaping instead of screen recording or anything. I'm like, God damn, bro. How old is you? Anyway, so yeah, it's very telling.
It's
now. If I can ask you, do you have like some sort of proof that you have been in contact with Dawn and you can back up what you're saying? And I'm not trying to say like I don't believe you or anything. It's just that with so many rumors.
I wonder why she was sitting there from like one of the 4 sissies on Cher, that night, like And then she finds her way to Ziggy's. And then receipts come into play, right? And proof that was threatened by one of the 412 sissies on Cher's to come out if Dawn didn't XYZ. I can't imagine what the connection is between all these people in this group online. Oh dear.
And, all this hearsay, it's important to kind of ask these type of questions. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I have plenty of where he's emails, and I have texts on my phone, and
Okay.
So yes, but I do not tape record nobody. I'm not going to tape record people.
Right.
I don't want to be tape recorded.
Tape recorded. Hands up. Hands up for those of you who remember years that tape recorded was still relevant. Before it left most of our vernacular speech patterns, all that. But, yeah. Think about it. Think about it real hard.
Right.
No, I don't believe in that kind of stuff.
Right.
I want the Donald
Type of questions. You know what I'm saying?
It's
Now, if I can ask you, do you have some sort of proof that you have been in contact
We're gonna do the whole please be kind and rewind. Blockbuster moment.
with Dawn, and you can back up what you're saying? And I'm not trying to say I don't believe you or anything. It's just that with so many rumors and all this hearsay, it's important to kind of ask these type of questions. You know what I'm saying?
yes, I have plenty of where he's emails, and I have texts on my phone, and
Okay.
So yes, but I do not tape record nobody. I'm not going to tape record people.
Right.
Emails and texts. Right? What, no messengers, tic tacs, or patty whacks, or give a dog a bone? Nothing?
I want to be tape recorded.
Right.
I don't believe in that
Type of questions. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I have plenty of where he's emails, and I have texts on my phone, and
Okay.
So yes, but I do not tape record nobody. I'm not going to tape record people.
Right.
I don't want to be tape recorded.
Right.
I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I want to give Donald and Candace the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
He was attacking them. Everybody was being mean to them. And they were going to church. They looked like Christian people and everything, which I'm a Christian myself. And I thought, nobody was supporting them. So, I reached out to Donald. I started talking to him. I started trying to help him. And, like the night that he called Mary on the phone, and did that prank thing. He calls me up and he gives me Mary's phone number, asks me to call his sister Mary and tell her I'm a police.
Who the fuck says it that way? I'm a police. Yeah, look. I'm a police. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, I don't know about you all, but Candace and Dawn had lips pretending to be fucking another fake fed, too. She thought that was funny. Mentioned that on Cher's, but they were just trying to get everybody to play fake police, I guess. You know how many fake police there's been in this shit? Seriously.
I'm not going to do that. Called Mary on the phone, and did that prank thing. He calls me up and he gives me Mary's phone number, asks me to call his sister Mary and tell her I'm a police. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I mean, you could go to jail for things like this. I know the law, and you do not ever present yourself as a police officer or anyone in the police force at all.
Right.
And, I did not, like Cher, I did not agree with what he was doing. That's really super mean. But then,
Cher, huh? She didn't agree with what Cher was doing. That was really super mean. Why? Why? PG wouldn't know nothing about super mean. Why? Right.
I told him, I said, so what do you want? What was he trying to prove, that they're taping you or not? So, he grabbed out and ran with it.
So when did you start?
It's that right there. What are you trying to prove, that they're recording you or not? So he grabbed that and ran with it. You see, if you flip those, and it's like PG saying lately about things that and we found out on other lives we've been listening to from the way back, PG was directing them to do certain things during Summer's case. If you take that and listen to it, please be kind and rewind, okay? It sounds like PG maybe might have been a little maggot in the ears of Dawn and Candace and told them to do a test, helped them formulate the idea of the hoax on Mary, to see if they were recording or not. But then also for this group, it's going to be played, and then isn't that some way to make Candace and Dawn look like shit and manipulate and whatever? It'll end up being played. Makes this group money. Could potentially make Dawn and Candace look guiltier, get them arrested, set them up for a reward fund. I don't know. Weird shit, huh? Weird shit. Also, by this point, the sisters have been had by found, brought in Tiffany, etc., handed off to McDonough, the whole nine, I knew it was coming. Anyway, yeah, it sounds like, let's do be kind of remote. I told him, so what do you want? What was he trying to do? Also, I did not, like Cher, I did not agree with what he was doing, that's really super mean, but then, I told him, I said, so what do you want? What was he trying to prove, that they're taping you or not? So, you had to skip words. What do you want to do? What do you, yeah, I don't know. And that's really super mean, but then, I told him, I said, so what do you want? What was he trying to prove, that they're taping you or not? So there's conversations between all of them about hey, hold it. Ever present yourself as a police officer or any going to do that? I mean, you could go to jail for things like this. I know the law, and you do not ever get helping and everything, which I'm a Christian myself. And I thought, nobody was supporting them. So, I reached out to Donald. I started talking to him. I started trying to help him. And, like the night that he called Mary on the phone, and did that prank thing, he calls me up and he gives me Mary's phone number, asks me to call his sister Mary and tell her I'm a police. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I mean, you could go to jail for things like this, You know what's funny to me is they always have an excuse for you all, watchers, subs, etc., right? They always just sound like some helpful human being that's reached out to somebody in these cases because they're just loving human beings and Christians this here and they were just so heckin' concerned about us. But then it turns out they're all tragedy pimps, playing tragedy pimps and cul-de-sac Karens and wannabe don't fuck with cats and strange weirdos and freaks who are wanting to channel build or get famous or, whatever the hell it is, right? But it's always, they're doing such good and they're just reaching out to one of us to do whatever and oh my gosh. Weird. Time after time, that's what you get from these freaks online. Right, like the CZs, this one and that one's the others. That way it sounds good to you all, but the truth is they intentionally insert upon us, insert in our lives, destroy, get near, and do all the bad fucking things while just making you all believe they're just some random good doer citizen out here. And then they got this info and they come straight to YouTube, usually to Cher or Ziggy where it concerns Summer's. It's fun, right? Fuck it. Or Chris or one of the others. It's always something, ain't it?
I know the law, and you do not ever present yourself as a police officer or anyone in the police force at all.
Right.
And,
Oh, it's weird she includes or, and the tone change there, and she goes, or anybody else in the police force at all. Maybe the feds or cartoons or anything, I don't know.
I didn't, also, I did not, like Cher, I did not agree with what he was doing, that's really.
Like Cher, I didn't agree with what he was doing, so they sort of both knew the plan about the sisters before it happened, much like before they put out the bullshit about the red truck. Wrongly and on purpose, no.
Super mean, but then, I told him, I said, so what do you want? What was you trying to prove, that they're taping you or not? So, he grabbed that and ran with it.
Sorry, he grabbed what and ran with it?
And also, I did not, like Cher, I did not agree with what he was doing, that's really super mean, but then, I told him, I said, so what do you want? What was you trying to prove, that they're taping you or not? So, he grabbed that and ran with it.
When did
you... So he grabbed that and ran with it. And then that happened. And yet, I can't disagree with you. One of these days, maybe PG will take the clothespin off her nose. Maybe. I know, buddy. Alright. It's just strange, isn't it? Yeah, we're not gonna talk about the horse shit around Caminelli and the garbage and Christie events and stuff, y'all. I'm not gonna participate in it.
You start noticing? When did you start noticing your opinion?
That they're not the good Christian people that they are? I told him, I said, so what do you want? What was you trying to prove, that they're taping? And it's weird. Everybody around here, they're all like, JSB's an evil bitch, but yeah. Even in the worst moments, for those who have done some of the worst shit to find my children and help this group and
tweaked on panels, and I called it out early on. And this group hid and lied for whatever else to cover for Cam and Allie. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as bad as it is for all these years. But I called it out early on. But either way, even for Cam and Allie, after what they've done to the community, Summer, my children, my family, the bullshit, the Amy Tates, Sanchez's, all that crap connected to Squall, all the horse shit, right? Everything. Still wasn't gonna plan eating of them or torment of them online. And because I knew what was up there in this group, and how it was just time for them to go, basically, after Cam and Allie failed to keep up the bullshit with Slay and fucked up the routine there and all that. But yeah. But I'm such an evil bitch. Right. Right. Even after the lies and what they did and everything else, but I'm willing to participate in that horse shit around the streets. Or to torment them in their worst moments or anything else. We're gonna do it. Just like throughout all those years as they targeted and tormented and fucked with my children and did all the crap on purpose and put out the lies and shit by me and Pamela, who come from Squall's groups with Athie and the rest and the fake lawsuits, the bullshit with Monster and everybody else, and you know, I called for their kids to be left alone while they went broadside at mine on purpose for chaos and content, capital CON, and money to worsen their addictions and all that crap. Still don't, you know, weird that, but I'm so mean. Right. Anyway, just
When you were not, so he grabbed that and ran with it.
So when did you start noticing? When did you start noticing your?
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first one they pulled. They also pulled a hoax on all of us, real journalists, media, the whole thing, with the Summer being found in a pond on 125 and also shit, also the purse wallet bullshit, all these other things. The red truck shit was put out. Once looking back, you can see it, and you can find the proof that they all knew in advance they were going to put that out, as that red truck was on the 15th. Yeah, this group, the little planners and little maggots in the air, PG, Cher, the others, it's definitely a whole lot of fuckery around all of it. And so here's one of the little planners around the hoax call with Mary and such. Here's one of your little players, and here's one of the maggots in the ear making Don think that was a good idea, because could be many reasons. A, this place, content, they knew it'd be played, make Candace and Dawn look like shit, and might help them all. I don't know, around all the marathon shit, coming at Vigil shit, the reward shit, might help them continue to try to aim for all of that. I just don't know. Carrying on. All kinds of reasons, ain't there? Fuck up Summer's case and everything else on purpose. Create chaos, mud jealous shit. No. I mean, when you go back to Cher and you think about what she did around Quentin Simon in this same group, MGL, the Ziggs, Bones, all that, they all locked down, just Dolly, the whole nine, and, all the little pieces in there. You understand how this group and Bullhorn operate together with those like Cher and shit. And what the intentions are, even if there's prime and only named.
It happened. that they're not the good Christian people that they are?
Yeah.
Are they portray themselves to be?
Yeah. How long into it did it take for you to notice that?
Around the time that they made the call to Mary.
Okay.
And I know Donald had the SA charges on him and everything when he was younger, but your past does not defy who you are. We all have.
See, when say like those like PG and these creators hold shit like that, I mean, though I don't know what kind of dumbass games these motherfuckers playing and they're thinking they're playing with hot ass devices listened to live in real time by feds at that point. But once somebody has leverage over you like that and they've helped you do hoaxes and bullshit and all that, well, there's a reason Dawn never quite come out fully swinging against Sissy Pants now, isn't there? Or Cher, why he seems to be on a leash in certain realms quite a bit. They probably all think that their bullshit went unnoticed, unknown, or unheard in real time. And it'll be okay. I don't think it's going to be okay.
The rough path. If you've been alive on this earth very long, you've had some problems. We all have our problems. And I know Donald had the SA charges on him and everything when he was younger, but your past does not defy who you are. We've all had a rough path. If you've been alive on this earth very long, you've had some problems.
It's generally only older people that say that. Those who have had quite a few years on this planet that can use that type of thing with a straight face. You know what I mean? It's weird to say a 30 or 40-year-old's like, hey, if you've ever been on this earth long enough, oh man.
We all have our not defy who you.
The youngest 30-year-old mother of 4 who need all the socks would not say that.
Or, we've all had a rough path. If you've been alive on this earth very long, you've had some problems. We all have our problems.
Yeah, I don't know about you all, but I don't recall any of us going around doing what the hell was done even back then. There's a tree and apple situation here throughout both of those families. All their friends, decades of weirdness, too many touchy-feely. That ain't learned. That ain't changed. That's scary. Alright, and once again, you hear PG being like, well, it's just a past thing, shoo. No.
Yeah, but I mean, Jeannie was 5, so it's a little. I understand what you're saying. I can really agree to disagree.
Okay, I'm so quick, sorry, because my daughter was talking. I'm gonna have to rewind and re-listen to this because unfortunately my daughter was like talking to me, begging me to get this dog while you were talking the whole time.
Ziggy's pissed. Unfortunately, her kid interrupted her, begging her to get this dog. Anyway.
So I'm gonna ask you again. How long did you say you were talking to Dawn?
I've been talking to him for 2 months. Oh, months. This is the 4th month.
Oh, still October?
This is October, and she's been talking to him for 4 months. Anybody want to do the math on that? Anybody? Talking about insertion, bro.
I've been talking to him pretty much within a couple of weeks of someone's disappearance.
Does he know that you're suspicious of him?
He does now.
What's he say? Does he have anything to say about it?
Donald's one of those people that are, he's always the victim. What did I do? What did I say? Or he'll blame it on Candace, for his short fuse.
But she's blaming on Candace. She's blaming all things on Candace. Candace is the one that's mean to Dawn. Dawn's victims are mean to Dawn, always. But then also, talking about flip-flop, bro.
And his meanness, he'll act like Candace did it. And Candace is the same way. You know, she'll holler, "You don't know Donnie. You don't know the story. You don't know this. You don't know that." And I'm just saying they're off the wall. They're both.
So did you reach out to him first?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you reached out to somebody around an open and active investigation and supposedly didn't know him before? God damn, that's a very, it's a very definition of inserting oneself. Huh. Why is it that this lady goes on with Jody Sue's XYZ or Allie and them inserted themselves or the other neighbors or anybody else she wants to hit at because she's been asked to or otherwise. She's like, why is this woman, like Jody Sue or Allie or Hunter or whatever, why do they insert themselves in Summer's case? Why are they destroying this there? Excuse me, ma'am, who reached out first to contact someone in and around an open investigation and case, and then went about putting out fuckery, tampering with witnesses, destroying real lives, a community, etc. Would you like to say it again with a straight, God-fearing face? Yeah. See? It's really that simple. Why did she come here with the intention, and why did she insert herself and go for Dawn and Candace first in an open and active investigation? Allegedly didn't know him first. And then go about fucking up Summer shit and everybody around it on purpose and targeting them and helping pull hoaxes and calls. And why is that, you wonder? Yeah, talking about destroying shit on purpose. Why is she here in this community and on social media when she's nobody and nothing, destroying shit absolutely on purpose and lying and keeping us all running around circles and bushes for 3 years? Almost. Half, year shy, but why is that? I'm asking for a friend, a tiny little friend named Summer Wells. I'm asking.
So have you talked to, you probably already said, have you talked to Candace directly or just heard her in the background and stuff?
Yes, I have talked to Candace directly. And,
Really?
And to him. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Candace has called me every name in the book and then a few. She's really off the wall. She's mean. You want to go down to where they live and throat punch her if you listen to her very long. She does try to be a little nice. Like she told me that people's been sending her cat.
Oh! Look here, my fuzzy little friend. Come here. Come here. Here. Come here. Y'all squeaking. Don't do it, squeaking. Oh my, squeaking. What is it? Yes, fuzzy. Can I help you? Oh, no, dear. All right, my lord. All right, my cat lords. Squilliam is huge and does not understand how huge Squilliam is, or how chunky, or how gigantic the tail is. Oh, would you like to knock anything else off, Spoon? You want to show me your big paws? Paws are like the size of my hand, and small fluffy tiger. Yeah, you know, Squilliam. Yeah, that's Squilliam. Here's King of King. I know. This is Squilliam. From my niche. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Squilliam likes knocking shit over and laying figure eights between your feet before flopping down in front of them, right? I keep trying to tell Squilliam I'm old and don't need broken hips, but Squilliam, as you can see, Squilliam's about like Grim and very much into the pets and very manly, aren't you? Yeah. All right, Squilliam. Does he have a big kitty? Does he have a big kitty? He's a big kitty. Yes. Are you doing the ear biscuits? Are you making ear biscuits? Oh, I know. Do my ear biscuits. No, not on the laptop. Come on, bro. You're so heavy. You're hitting all the keys. Oh my god, I don't even know what that is. What did you initiate?
we're launching a rocket or something. Oh my God, what was that? And I don't know, you just typed something in chat. Oh, Squilliam. You launched some sort of SpaceX rocket. I don't know how to fix this. What did you do? Oh, Squilliam. I don't know. I think Squilliam gave you some sort of smiley face or something there. I don't even know what you did. You just... What did you do? Alright. No, not there again. You're gonna launch rocket number 2. Don't do it. No, dear. Oh my God, Squilliam. You're a fucking hot ass, dude. Now look, I don't even know where we're at in the space-time continuum. There's no David Bowie. I'm not happy about that. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Yeah, this cat's not spoiled in the least. Are you spoiled? Yeah, look, you knocked off the things. Your butt is literally on the stick. No. Chill grip. Got it. Alright, Williams. Now I lost the cord. What'd you do? Oh no, don't go for... Oh no. William. William with actually all pretty fluffy tail. No, just say no, William. Alright, that's what I thought. Alright. So, yep. William came and conquered and it's all okay now. I know, Blake, man, I'm gonna start freaking cats there on YouTube all the day. I swear. Alright, so we're gonna be kind of rewind. Squilly. Yeah, little David. But it has another one. I forget what the hell it's supposed to be, but little David, the name's Squilliam. It also is not my cat. They're everywhere. And like, I fucking neighbor it like today, it was really warm here, so I had doors open. I had like 3 neighborhood fucking cats visiting. They're like, hey. I was like, well, hey. Whatever. There's peace on earth and goodwill towards kitties. That's all I can say. Alright. George, I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, that's where we're at. And I find it odd that PG, for all this time, keeps mentioning cash cards. Or cash cards or whatever the fuck, right? Now, during this period, what you have is the vigil. You have all the stuff being sent to that P.O. Box, Snowbells, Poultry Retrace, Ginger Snack, Gemini, all the handoffs, keys that ordered in between it. And there was something recently I caught because people, you dumb mouth, what you're saying, so there are always little pieces you can pick up on. But that's always what she goes on with, which tells me she has knowledge of things being sent to that for this group and that shit. But there's something that PG's dumb mouth slipped and said a while back. And that Candace slipped up and said and cut herself off from completely saying around certain, I don't know, Amy Tate days and shit, right? Much like Dominique thought that she was like, I was like, but I wondered then, I was like, why in the fuck did she just, why is this thing said and not continued? I'll have something where does it belong? Couldn't put it together until I had more pieces. Now, because of PG's dumb mouth and everything else, and because of the other pieces I hold, I could put it the fuck together just fine. There was a whole lot of something real fucking wrong in PG, and then we're fully aware of it. By the way, PG and others were very much in direct contact with BK, Cher, obviously there's time, and like you've heard here, writing speeches for Don that Benny and others were reading. Yep, and these cards. Alright. Carrying on. Yeah. And they're off the wall. They're both.
Did you reach out to him first?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you talked to, you probably said, have you talked to Candace directly or just heard her in the background and stuff?
Yes, I have talked to Candace directly. And,
Really? Wow.
Mm-hmm. And well, I'm going to be honest with you. Candace has called me every name of the book and then a few. She's really off the wall. She's mean. You want to go down to where they live and so
I'm just going to be real honest with you. I think PG here I think she's worse than Candace. Seriously. And I'm like, no wonder Dawn wouldn't put a ring on it, move it into the newly refurbished house that Squaw built. Shit.
I'm sure if you listen to her very long, she does try to be a little nice. Like she told me that people's been sending her cash cards. Somebody stole $50 off of it though. And she also told me that
them untraceable cash cards and things flowing apparently at the time and directed by this group and shit in the background. I don't know what the hell you motherfuckers are up to. You remember when PG lied and I called her out and she tried that shit in my face? Well, I heard this argument you and Candace have never happened. Never happened. Candace and I never argued about shit. Never. Never. Now, these days, she might talk shit, whatever, online, whatever. I might say shit, but there's never been a day that Candace and I, ever had an argument, fighting, fussing, anything. And none of the shit PG was saying was legit, but that tells me something. That's where that fucking piece fell. I was like, excuse me, bitch? And then she changed it to, well, that's what Candace told me later. It's like, dear PG, you ain't gonna sit here in my face and put out in front of thousands some shit that ain't true and say you overheard or you were there while this call started or any of this other shit. The fuck you are, bitch. Right? And then she's like, well, I overheard. No, you didn't. And because it never happened. Well, Candace told me later. Yeah, I don't know what Candace told me. I don't care. I don't care what the fuck they all come up with together, but bullshit. And you know what all that money and the diversion shit with all these untraceable cash cards and shit was doing? Much like it was propelling addiction and making sure they were drunk, high as fuck, everything else on that hill. With these creators circling them, hoping if they got them fucked up enough or in blatant addiction, all this shit, they'd fuck up and confess to them or do whatever, And they wouldn't have cared if either of them dead either. And if they could make them look more wild out in public, this and that and the other, manipulate them on the streams, do all this shit during time, well, drama sells, don't it?
Summer, the day she came up missing, she was wearing a t-shirt and a pair of shorts.
That's really.
That's what she told me.
Did she say what color they were?
No, I think she did, but I cannot remember the color.
Now, was this on the phone or through text?
That was on the phone. She was drinking. I was speaking with her. Donald kept giving her the phone. He said, Sissy, can you please be good friends with Candace? Could you call Candace? Can you talk with Candace? So, I felt sorry for Candace. I was wanting to be both of their friends, but Candace was one of those people that, I don't know. She's just different. And anyway, I truly assured Candace, I am not looking for anybody's husband or anybody, anybody.
That's weird, ain't it? Why did that come to mind for? I know most of us, make friends do it. The first thing is hey, not doing whatever. Why did she say it first? Was it the first thing? I could only imagine. Listen.
Period.
We're gonna be kind of rewind.
I felt sorry for Candace. I was wanting to be both of their friends, but Candace was one of those people that, I don't know. She's just different. And anyway, I truly assured Candace, I am not looking for anybody's husband or anybody, anybody, period.
Why would she ever have cause to believe that, PG? Why would Candace ever believe you would have any intention of such? For you to have to, what? And blatantly, I don't know that I can disagree with that, because in real time, especially those first few weeks, weird shit started happening around certain dates. And I was like, damn, Candace, is Dawn trying to set you straight the fuck up, bro? What the fuck's going on here? But then again, Candace would do the same to Dawn. I don't know. Somebody else can be left to figure out that fucking mud and jello. But they do it to one another just to confuse and fuck up shit too. So, hold on. I don't know, I think it's a little bit for me in there too, where it's like, you remember PG saying that Dawn was pretty pissed and upset, it's like something, I forgot how she described it, but when Dawn figured out he couldn't, like he was inquiring if her and others' family could collect on that reward that offered for summer. The first that the lovely human beings offered for her. And during all those days, you gotta remember, we were all getting all these weird things sent to us. Things to maybe help try to set up others and shit that this group or others here, who the fuck knows where, we're doing like shit dropped off in places and them sending pictures to us wanting us to call into the feds and shit like that, right? The first one I got was somebody trying to do that with Candace. And I was like, you're fucking stupid. For starters, and at that point, I did know where, Candace was. So maybe it was goofy and it's so stupid sounding anyway. It's like, no, you don't. You don't know what the fuck. So, I don't know. I have my feelings about certain shit. I do. Still chicken or the egg, though. Carrying on.
My husband passed away with cancer, and, that's enough.
Wait, what?
Can you please be good friends with Candace? Could you call Candace? Could you talk with Candace? So, I felt sorry for Candace. I was wanting to be both of their friends, but Candace was one of those people that, I don't know, she's just different. And anyway, I truly assured Candace, I am not looking for anybody's husband or anybody, anybody, period. My husband passed away with cancer, and, that's enough for me. But
cancer, you say? Well, damn, you'd think if that were true, you'd have a bit more empathy for cancer patients and shit around here and cancer-related disabilities. But, boy, you've shown that side of yourself. God, I'm glad your husband's not here to hear your stupid-ass railing and making fun of other people's cancer, health conditions, and goddamn disabilities related to them. Holy shit, PG, you ever done that? Wow. Wow, PG. Cancer, you say? Well, it's terrible to hear that PG, the young mother that she is, was apparently like newlywed status with someone and they passed away of cancer and left her to whatever. It's fucking terrible. Anyway, I'm glad though that she's overcome it in the past couple of years so well that she can now make fun of cancer patients, single mothers, cancer-related disabilities. I mean, it's terrible. I'm glad she's overcome it all.
But, I am not looking for anybody's husband or anybody, anybody, period.
So she wasn't looking for my period, but now let's remember, she's got a fiance that's sleeping upstairs the other day when the doorbell rang. I'm glad she moved, she was able to reconcile those and to grieve fully within the past 2 years and go from she wasn't looking for anybody when she inserted herself in Dawn's inbox to I have a fiance upstairs asleep. The doorbell is ringing at 4 a.m. That ain't my doorbell. Listen to my holiday doorbell. I had to pause out long enough to download. I'm glad that she's come such a long way and healed So, yeah, so well. And replaced. It's fine.
Husband passed away with cancer. And anyway, I was wanting to be. Can you please be good friends with Candace? Could you call Candace? And could you talk with Candace? So, you know, I felt sorry for Candace. I was wanting to be both of their friends, but
Yeah.
Candace was one of those people that, you know, I don't know. She's just different. And anyway, I truly assured Candace, you know, I am not looking for anybody's husband or anybody, you know, anybody, period.
Once again, why would you have to assure her of that? What would have made her think something like that?
My husband passed away with cancer, and, you know, that's enough for me. But anyway,
Was Don ever like flirtatious with you, or claiming to love you, like be in love with you, or anything in that nature?
You know what? Donald said he was going.
Wow, did you just deflect from it and then take a big giant pause and a gulp and go, well, Dawn said,
to have to divorce.
Claiming to,
my husband passed away with cancer, and, you know, that's enough for me. So, I don't know. She's just different. And anyway, I truly assured Candace, you know, I am not looking for anybody's husband or anybody, you know, anybody, period. My husband passed away with cancer, and, you know, that's enough for me. But anyway,
was Don ever like flirtatious with you, or claiming to love you, like be in love with you, or anything in that nature?
You know what? Donald said he was going to have to divorce Candace and things like that. But to be honest with you,
what does that have to do with you and whether Dawn flirted with you or anything? And what y'all had going on and what he might have said to you or anything? Your reply to that is, well, Dawn said he'd have to divorce Candace. Interesting.
not anyone.
We're going to be kind and rewind.
So, I don't know. She's just different. And anyway, I truly assured Candace, you know, I am not looking for anybody's husband or anybody, you know, anybody, period. My husband passed away with cancer, and, you know, that's enough for me. But anyway,
was Don ever like flirtatious with you, or claiming to love you, like be in love with you, or anything in that nature?
You know what? Donald said he was going to have to divorce Candace and things like that. But to be honest with you, not really, no.
He said he'd have to divorce Candace. It's the wording there, though, right? That she says it exactly the way. Don said he was going to have to divorce Candace. Not wanted to, wasn't just going to, but that he was going to have to divorce Candace. Interesting, right? Just wanted to make note of that. Carry on. But, to be honest with you and all, no. Right.
I let you know if he started to get like off the path.
The clearing of the throat.
You know right away. First Candace and things like that. But to be honest with you, not really, no. I let you know if he started to get like off the path. I let him know right away that, you know.
If he started off the path, you mean the one you just denied? That clearly he was maybe having some. Wait, what? Interesting.
When you love someone and they pass away, you just ain't going to care about somebody else like that. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
I have my kids and everything. I'm not interested in nothing like that at all.
Or imaginary ones.
All with no.
You just ain't interested. You know, when you love somebody like that and they pass away and all, but like I said, I'm glad she's healed now. And has a new fiance. I'm glad it went that quickly for her.
Body, so you know.
Has he mentioned anything to you about like, and anything you don't want to answer, just say I prefer not to answer. Like about like the other kids, like why they were taken or anything?
Yeah, because he got all hayed up and fell off the bandwagon, and
He got all hayed up. What age range you have to be in to use that still? And what part of the country and places use that term for it? Language is an interesting.
he screwed up. And you know they were going to take the kids anyway because of you could see. You know, I'm sorry, but I am upset because you know Candace is a stay-at-home mom. She does not have to go out there and work like you know a lot of us did, and she doesn't you know worrying about. You know how it is to be a parent. You're at work and your mind's constantly worried about your kids.
No, she said did, as in she's retired or elderly or once did but no longer does. But boy, for years since this origin point of PG, that's changed to where she still works every day and works jobs and there, right? Raises children, blah blah, much like Justin and his fake children. It's fine. Carrying on.
Kids and everything.
And his fake fiance and whatever else. Who knows what really? Whole fake ass families and fake cops and fake feds and fake everything around here.
Thing. No matter who the babysitter is, you're still.
I'm honestly guessing that PG did gaslit on this Aaron. Probably told him there was all of this stuff, or that she was rich, or she had money, or whatever else, and laid him on. He thought, shit, I'll leave Candace. You know, I was fucking with her, and they did the exchange. Remember, that's what Daisy came out saying, was that she had proof that PG had told on she drove a Rolls and had all this money and this the other, you know. I don't know. That was one of the cow shit slinging festivals between PG and Critters. Carrying on. Change money and things like that, according to the other lives we listened to. So, him and PG and such, but also saying he was sending you know, it's fine. 4 sissies in a raincoat, right? But the thing is that I guarantee you, at some point, old sissy here was indeed being like, oh, I have these nice cars, I can buy this, buy that, whatever it was, right? Probably definitely playing. They all kind of have that trend, don't they? They do that. That's not an unknown tactic here. They attempted it with us, didn't take that bait. You see Lupus then do that with Monster with the free camper bullshit too with it. And then turns out, you know, whatever. Yeah, see, if they realize you operate by greediness, you know, they're gonna do shit like that. And it's a drawing. Oh, and don't forget they're doing the same shit in Sebastian's right now too. You've seen it very early on with Smiley and him attempting that with, hey, let us start you go fund me. Hey, let's start cash up. Hey, this, that, and the other. Same play by play every time. But these helpful critters that come into the inboxes around those in and around cases, they do that shit. Lips with the, hey, I got a free camper. The Lupus with, hey, got a free camper. To Monster type shit. And he fell for it. And they got pissed on live and cussed Lupus's husband for them being like, no. And then, you know, you have all kinds of that similar stuff in the background. Sleigh, semi, and weighted, there's something there. All kinds of things, but, I do not doubt that PG, like Daisy said, told Dawn all this crap about having, roles and money and apartments in Miami or whatever it was, right? Sort of a thing and a technique of these little critters to insert in and around inboxes in active and ongoing cases. It's a technique and a tactic they use, especially if they think people are responsive to that type of shit or would want something or cozy up to him, much like Abuser or Dawn and that type would. Or, certain types of folks might be receptive to that. So, yeah, it's a thing, so that's why I don't doubt it when Daisy and PG were slinging mud like that. Roll, so. Anyway, I just thought it'd be good to make a note of that here. Carrying on. Hand of her own. I'd about guarantee you that.
Freaked out about, you just got to get through your days, and you're still worried about your children all the time. But Candace got to be that stay-at-home mom that gets to, be with the kids, clean house, cook, do all the great things, and bake cookies. And look at that place. It's a pigsty. She could have been painting. It would have been.
Actually, it's called environmental abuse, and it's up to Dawn to provide those appliances and things for us to cook and do all that, much like monsters, things, but they don't do those. And then women like this in the world want to make it another way, and, well, what you're seeing is, this type of abuse perpetrated on victims, survivors, fighters, but idiots in the world. It's fine. I ain't even bothering. Carrying on. Actually, it's a little hard when these men and stuff won't provide those necessary appliances to do half that shit with. A little hard to do all that. But anyway, see? Listen closely to what's said.
Instead of buying bake out, you just got to get through your days, and you're still worried about your children all the time. But Candace got to be that stay-at-home mom that gets to, be with the kids, clean house.
Candace got to be a stay-at-home mom, blah, blah. Got to be. PG implying at some point she didn't get to be that?
Cook, do all the great things, and bake cookies. And look at that place. It's a pigsty. She could have been painting. She could have been, instead of buying bakes and all the crap, she could have been buying paint. She could have been buying clothes.
This is a PG, now. I swear she can't afford socks for her children, but she affords her weed brownies. But the Lord thanks you, and Summer Wells thanks you. Blah, blah, blah. Right.
Right. Do you know all the summer school clothes came from a yard sale?
Wow.
And by that point, Grandis was the yard sale, whatever, but by that point it was out that Candace, Grandis, and the kids were at a yard sale buying clothes. And that's where another red truck was seen too, all these things. And the same guy, it seems like I was seeing. So, and then they vanished out of that hollow too, supposedly. So, anyway. PG. Shiny little things, ferrets, and crows.
Yeah, free school clothes come from the yard sale. How can you buy weed and liquor and babes and all these things but not your
Now, well, PG, because you've got young children according to you, and you can't afford socks for them. And thank you. And Summer's channel thanks. Summer thanks you, and God thanks you. And I had about one pack of socks at a time for my imaginary children. And but here I am on lives eating the weed brownies. Make that math that up. And you'd honestly think with her fiance now living with her imaginary one, he'd be helping raise the kids, right? Or buy them socks. What's he do for a living? You might know. Here, no. Anybody? Anybody? That's some pot and kettle shit, ain't it? She's definitely back there smoking cigarettes and shit too, enjoying her soda pop, as she calls it. And it's the other snapping cans and weed brownies, cigarettes, but can't afford socks. But she's giving everybody else shit, Candace, me, all these other things, right? Wow. Make that make sense. Okay.
Have new clothes from a real store.
Right.
And the kids have body lice. They have, scabies.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, wait, what? Did they have body lice and scabies? Is that confirmed?
Scabies for sure. Donald said scabies for sure.
Told you guys!
Wow.
Yes.
Told you guys!
Right.
And boy, doesn't that actually just fall into Ziggy's bullshit with the friend of the DCS worker garbage that we all know now has been outed as fake as fuck, which is most common sense should have known back then it was fake as fuck. And it's still fake as fuck, but PG's are like, oh yeah, Dawn confirmed this here, and it made y'all believe Ziggy's bullshit in the DCS crap, didn't it? Yeah, these tragedy pimps, man. They've got y'all hook, line, and sinker for several years in a row. Manipulating the shit out of you on every case they touch. Carrying on.
You guys eat that? Stick that in your pipe.
You mean PG watched another live with all the bullshit on it that Ziggy was trying to do with the DCS worker or whoever, and they were trying to say the kids had all that, and now PG can come up on a panel and go, oh, Dawn said that to me. And then Ziggy can go, oh, told you guys. Do y'all see how the con works? The bullshit. Here's your son.
Told you! Rose Walsh!
How about that, Rose, you bitch? Alright. I'm sorry for regarding.
So Don did confirm scabies then?
Yes, he did.
What about...
Now, mind you, I did this live before recently them outing Ziggy and the DCS thing. Though I'm pretty sure everybody brand knew back then it was bullshit. I knew it was bullshit. Everybody else should know it's bullshit. So, there you go. Called it.
About the body lice, you don't know for sure on that?
I'm not for sure on the body lice, but
Which now solidifies PG indeed working with Ziggy in order to confirm the fake DCS worker and what she'd said, or the friend of the DCS worker, right? That shows you in real time. Considering dates, times of this area, it shows now that PG was working with Ziggy, much like Ziggy in a room tonight with the rest and all that as these things are unfolding. And as PG started with Ziggy and Cher and all that, right? Right. You see how this works in the way back and going forward? Yeah.
do know he said scabies.
Jesus
So
Christ.
they did have that, and I don't know. It's just
Wow,
Candace
thank you
is
so much.
Candace is a super lazy human being. That she's a waste of space on this earth, as far as I'm concerned. And I
was talking about, according to the Gospel of Dawn, he bathed all the children every night. So why are you giving in to shit? Make that math add up, won't you? Alright, Trina,
Don't tell me you're a Christian. Don't portray you're a Christian, because Christians do not drink. We do not take drugs. We do not do any.
Whoa! What about them weed brownies? You know, in a lot of countries, they don't allow cigarettes and tobacco because they consider it. And those do also partake in the Abrahamic religions, ma'am. Nice. Thank God America, though, right, PG? Alright. She does forget her own lies. No, they bank on you all forgetting them. They bank on attention spans, clips, bullshit, drama selling before truth, fact, blah, blah, and discrediting those telling truth. Those who will play all of their words in fucking context. Right? Without narratives and shit, really. They bank on people not doing that and people not listening because it takes so long to do it in that way. But, yeah, according to PG, the way back, wasn't interested in no men, buying clothes from where it was bad. She doesn't drink, do drugs, anything, but smoking and eating brownies, that's just fun. Carry on.
Things that, authors, or, don't tell me you're a Christian. Don't portray you're a Christian, because Christians do not drink. We do not take drugs. We do not do anything that, alters or impairs our mind from being able to do, God's word and the work that we need to be doing for others.
But yet, she inserted her own Candace and Vaughn immediately. Knew clearly all the drug use, drinking, all that, needs, all these things. But now she's just had this epiphany months after, because, I don't know, Dawn didn't get a divorce. It was just time. They realized they're set up shit. I don't know, because they all thought the end was nigh, because they're, the scamathon was in full lift off, and they'd be able to set one of them up or the other soon. They could all just come out with all the shit. I don't know. Speculation, of course, but it looks like somebody got a little salty about something. Yeah, it says you should not, like, covet my neighbor's wife, all that type of shit, you know what I mean? Like, I think it applies for husbands as well. It's very Christian.
On this, especially our own children, our own family.
What made Don confirm the scabies thing too? Like, how did that come about?
We was talking about the body lice. I said, did you hear what they were saying? The kids have body lice and all of this, and...
So she had heard online about Ziggy and the rest and the DCS and all that stuff. So she'd been watching crow and ferret picking, and then weaving things into her own tales as she discovered things and add them in. See, there's the tale. She'd been watching.
He said scabies. They had scabies.
Oh,
Yeah.
So what about the lie detector? Did he admit to tell you anything about the lie detector test?
He said that when they first went and take the test, Candace was real. That Candace was all nervous and everything, and she just couldn't pass it. And then they had to wait a few days, and Candace had to go back, and she had to take the test again. And that time, he figures, I guess she passed it. But then they wanted her to do what she was at the police station, and the police station told her, no, you came out of your driveway twice. And I was on the phone with Donald. When she came back to the car, because he took her there. When she came back to the car, and she told, are you there?
Yes.
Anyway, she told Donald, then effing mother, this calling them names, said that that she was told them she only went out at once. She's sticking to her story. That's the way it is, and they don't need to be questioning her anymore. She is done with them.
So Candace is refusing to speak with law enforcement, and is what you're saying?
After that little bit of thing that went on,
I'm sorry.
I can't say she has not calmed down, but yeah, at that point she was done talking with them. But I do not believe nobody went up. In my opinion,
the thing is, like, in those days when they were asked for more, that's when they were like, fuck locals, we'll cooperate with feds, but they did, according to Donna Candace, want more polygraphs. Alright? So there are things here that line up with certain shit, but...
And this is my opinion, nobody went up on 110 Ben Hill Road and stole their child.
Right.
They did not. Nobody kidnapped their child. I'm going to tell you. And
now remember, this PG just a few days before, had been writing speeches for Dawn. That way Benny and Cher and the rest could read them out on their channels like Dawn himself had written them. And they were implying there was a serial kidnapper and shit. So why was she doing that if she didn't believe that? Why would she help do that? What the fuck? Yeah, she's been real helpful to Summers everything. It's fun.
not only that, but I have got to talk.
And me, I just don't know. All possibilities are on the table, but especially now these days, understanding Dawn. Let's see. I forgot now. And I'd like to make a note here that I find it weird that during those weeks, right, that those speeches and all this were being written, and those first few weeks, the one where PG's, for some wild ass reason going on with hillbilly junkie whatever serial kidnapper took Summer's speech. I've shown it on the channel, it's been shown on others, so I'm sure they have that hidden in the last few weeks. Either way, because they're really hammering down on hiding shit, especially as it's being outed and lined back up and put together. But I find it weird in those first couple weeks that PG was writing speeches and scripts that included bad hillbilly junkies and meth whatevers, but a serial kidnapper. And even that, when I first seen that here a while back, I was like, what the why a serial kidnapper? That's a hell of a leap. Not just a kidnapper or an abductor, no, a serial one. But then in conjunction with meth and bad hillbilly junkie, that's in the first weeks after Summer vanished. She was writing these things. What also strikes me weird is in those time frames, Fred was also inside of there talking about another little girl being taken off hollow and meth and this there. I'm just so profoundly confused. Now, you can't say this because PG or anybody else heard that from any of us or anything, because we weren't in public, bro. So where did PG get this idea of a serial kidnapper to put in her speeches in the first little bit around Dawn and Candace to have read off Fred's arrangement, like there's multiple children missing out of or around Ben Hill, meth involved, Candace and Dawn are doing their own thing. I don't know what the fuck to think. But serial, not just a kidnapper or abductor, but here's PG writing speeches, making a leap towards serial kidnapper. The fuck? Whatever. But you have to see the speech. I know I read it off or placed it on one of these damn videos around somewhere, probably around this exact time period, actually. Within 3 or 4 lives of this one here. It's there somewhere, I think. But, yeah, it's a speech issue. I was like, serial killer. Even then, when I first seen it a while back, around this time, what the, you know? But then thinking about it, it's like, dude, only people talking, like, what the hell is going on around there on Ben Hill half the time? You never know. How does it connect to tragedy events half the time? I don't know. Super strange. And remind you at the time, obviously from day one, Candace been hitting out at Fred, which makes you wonder certain things. What's common knowledge or fuckery around them? Because you have Fred swearing another one's been taken. You got Candace at a certain point, you know, like a year and a half plus where it ran before Summer vanishes, talking about a little one for sale or trade for meth. And then you got PG over here writing about a serial kidnapper. Well, I'm like, everybody's, I'm, you know what? Whatever. Just kinda doesn't happen here. Just kinda doesn't happen. Oh. What's going on? Some days, man. Pond drop pebble in the pond first there, so to speak. And what's happened since with everything, it's pretty apparent something's real fucking wrong. It has been.
Timeline down. I went over the timeline, and none of that's making sense either because Donald's saying the kid got kidnapped at 6:30, and then Candace and them are trying to say 5:30, and then Jody Sue is saying, "Hey, I heard a scream and this at between 4:30 and 4:42." The scream.
Damn, the way back, PG knew the exact time, the last night and the other days. What was it? PG's like, oh, she's changing her time. All the time, she's moving it back to 4:42, but it was originally 4:47. Y'all remember that the other night? Yeah? Yeah. Looks like PG does. And can we just make it clear for, like, the final time that Scream does not imply, like, it doesn't mean, hey, kidnapped, abducted, any of that. Screams can mean many things. It's probably why all things are a possibility. Can we just get there already? Y'all quit the Scream shit? Like, I know initially, like, it's not what it meant to us, even after 609, till Dawn kicked that possibility into the pond with that little pebble that they now deny ever happened. But you're telling me somebody took my baby girl. But even then, I wasn't like, somebody. I was like, this motherfucker's sus, right? But then I still carried on with others looking for Summer, thinking she was just hurt and she's out there and we'd find her. So, Scream does not imply kidnapping and abduction. It doesn't mean that that's exactly what, never has. This place and others have tried to use it to say so conveniently. Who knows? It's a bit of law enforcement to decide, but, that wasn't my thought. was not even my second, third. It became a thought after Don kicked that pebble in the pond, but it didn't become a thought of a stranger, a tree cutter, a neighbor, anybody else. It was like, that motherfucker had something to do with it. But I still went about looking with others for Summer, thinking she was just hurt. She's around there somewhere. Till she wasn't found by any of us or searchers. Anyway, carrying on. So, nose ain't none been moved. Did it always be back by like a few minutes? Yes. But not forward. And so anyway, that shows you what kind of goddamn liar PG is. She's known from the beginning. Timeline there. Anyway, carry on.
Saying, when did that? And then Candace and them are trying to say 5:30, and then Jody Sue is saying, "Hey, I heard the scream and this at between 4:30 and 4:42."
And the thing about it is, this realm and Candace and Dawn and everybody else always say, "Wait, okay, yeah, I guess we were public at that point then." Because she mentions us, I guess, now. Yeah, because Zig did the videos on the DCS worker and all that shit. I believe. And then we came along right after. Sort of. The videos were out. And they were prepping for the vigil. So somewhere in that very short period where Ziggy, PG, and lined up. But still, I hadn't really seen about certain things that were here that they were saying. They could be explained by that. So, yeah, but at this period, you would have had us only around Penny, all of them, and Ziggy took the first videos and did whatever, and then started her whole monetization on those, my domestic violence and cancer, and I was around for part of her DCS thing, which we clearly tell was bullshit. Yeah, so there's that. So we're around parts, and at least semi-present here, during certain periods. But not enough for PG or them, like, PG in the first few weeks, she was writing speeches and things like that for Don them. We were not public. We weren't public for months after Summer vanished. So, obviously, in this breakup, yeah, when PG came out doing all this shit and got her channel built up by Ziggy and Cher, it was as Mullen took over near the Dr. Phil era. And she had her panties in a wad. And then they built her channel up. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Daily, you're on it. Picking up that screen to mean an abduction, or that it fits. And though I'm like, unfounded means can't prove or disprove, right? It doesn't mean that Summer was kidnapped. I didn't even think that when my brain first started piecing together the day. It was like, she's hurt here somewhere. You know what I mean? Something has happened to her, she's hurt. And she's been hurt for a while. Oh, fucking no. This is bad. Okay? Yeah, you could think like, well, somebody kidnapped this area, then of course that applies well, especially the way my kids heard other things around everything, but it can mean a great deal, many things. And it can be absolutely nothing. This place and Dog has always wanted it to apply to whatever the fuck they wanted. It doesn't work that way. They've always tried to make it like that Scream would mean a kidnapping or an abduction or whatever. That is not in the least. I mean, Jesus, and for the longest period, I mean, it's kind of where I sort of was like, maybe, but my first thoughts whatever, she's hurt. She's hurt somewhere. And that was after, she'll answer here in a minute, and then it went to, oh shit, this is serious, and brains putting together that, and it's going, oh hell, she's maybe been hurt out here a long while before. There's something wrong, right? Don's the first one to kick that pebble in the pond, but so you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? No, bitch. Seeing her to scream, I didn't know. I'm thinking she's fucking hurt somewhere around the fucking property over there or something, whatever, but. And it could apply in many different areas, But this place and Dawn, they've always wanted it to mean that, abduction. And that is fucking tragic. I'll remain and at first coming out here, it was very hard. Because I didn't want to cause harm, drama, peg anyone for anything. I also had my own thoughts about everything then that with time, distance, being able to put pieces together, things falling, coming into place, certain things happening just like the feds and stuff assured me they would along the way. Things have changed. Y'all are messy chaos. Stop that. No. No, sir. But the thing is, Don said that. He said, so you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? It just kind of was like, what the fuck? And, and that's when he popped up. That's when I realized that was the other voice, right? As they were coming down the hill. That's what he says. But then even after he said that, and he kicked that pebble in, my thought wasn't a stranger. And as Candace was driving away and pulling away from me and the next people and this parent that witnessed and heard all these things and everything, I thought was that motherfucker. That motherfucker has come here and gotten her, had somebody, I mean, it literally was that instant. So I never thought stranger necessarily. The first person I thought of was Dawn. Or someone around Dawn. True story. But even then I went back into nope, she's hurt, she's here somewhere, we've got to find her mode. As I and the others began searching. So, until the end of that, it was like, wait, where is she? Then as things progressed throughout that evening, for the days, weeks, months, now years, pieces have slid in, time, distance, all that. Keys dropping, other pebbles, little sparks. Other witnesses, other known things told us by law enforcement, feds, things given to us by them, so, I don't know. Anyway,
The screen thing, when did that happen? And I told Donald about the screen, and I told him, I said, it ain't enough with the timeline, and he's like, yeah, actually it is. And I said, no, Donald, it's not.
So when did he first mention the scream to you? Was this at the very, very beginning, or?
Other witnesses, other known things told us by law enforcement, feds, things given to us by them, so, I don't know. Anyway, carrying on.
The scream thing. When did
And then
that come about?
and I told Donald about the screen, and I told him, I said, it ain't adding up with the timeline. And he's like, yeah, actually it is. And I said, no, Donald, it's not.
So when did he first mention the scream to you? Was this at the very, very beginning, or was this when Jody Sue came out about it? More recently?
No, Jody Sue didn't come out about it. Donald came out about the screen. He came out on Cher's show and told about the screen.
Yeah, but Candace had been recorded by then, within hours of Summer vanishing about it. So yeah, they just thought that, yeah. But this falls back into the Cher and the Ziggy stuff with PG before, where she was saying that she was the one trying to help Dawn and them work out. Their timeline and all the shit and how things wouldn't add up and how it was doing this thing other, right? And the thing is, what this means is that either PG was talking to Candace and them when they figured out what time the screen was and it no longer fit, or PG was watching me when my first vids came out just 2 weeks, 3 before this, and the time was given, right? And then she was like, oh shit, Dawn, this doesn't work, oh my god. But before then, nobody had a time for it. Do you get what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden, the screen became a problem. But what gets me is, though Candace and Dawn liked time for that scream in there, they know that it didn't line up. They did know that much, but they did apparently use it out here with Cher and others after knowing it and all these things. They're still trying to use it. They just didn't expect some of us to come out or that time to ever be known. And PG was like, oh my god, now the time is known to the public. It can't be used. PG was trying to help them get their shit together. Why? Interesting, isn't it?
Okay, so was that the first time you heard about it, though? Like, did he mention the screen from the beginning, or
no? Donald and Candace are little mind players. They like to play with people like they did Mir.
That's weird. Y'all were so close. Don was going to get a divorce, but he didn't mention the scream to you prior to you watching it on Shares or anything. And then going, oh my god, I'm going to be a helpful little beaver for no pun intended. Sorry, no dry beavers. Oh my god. I'm terrible. Merry fucking Christmas, y'all. Alright, so, anyway, I'm going to run to Dawn and be like, the neighbors come out and here's the time. Oh shit, don't fit on me. We got to help get your story together. Yeah, something's wrong here. Well, blatantly, I mean, I can actually give a time for it, a few minutes window there. But when I come out of my bed, I have the time in it. And you can pull it back a little bit from the 4, to maybe like 420 or so, but you can't go anywhere past really 442 by our estimation. So, I mean, just because, you really can't. So, you can back it up by maybe 5-10 minutes. You can't really go any further than 442, and 442 is pushing it even there. So,
with the little phone call thing, and that's what they're doing to everybody right now with the Dr. Phil show. They're trying to play with everybody. No one gives you information and so forth. It's just something they do.
who has her list that is passed on to? You're talking about the genealogy bullshit that what's her name was in and accidentally changed. Wasn't that fucking Linda too? Who was that blamed on? One of these critters around here did that, so it was just because they did whatever. It was a thing around here. Either way.
They like doing that because they think that it gets to people, that it gets to you, that it bothers you. So because when I called him, he was at the Dr. Phil's, or at the hotel, and he was like, you can't tell nobody.
And that's the thing, right? PG's over mumbling that bullshit yesterday about how, in the past couple days, and honestly, the past couple years off and on, that Candace and I formulated all this shit together, made the scream up this here. Here's the thing about this. Law enforcement, feds, would be able to tell that was never the case. Because when we were questioning, they were like, do you know about what time? And I was like, and I was like, wait, I have a way. I know, right? And I pulled up the phone and all these other things. And they also would know that Candace and them had no knowledge of the time that the scream happened. They would know for eons that Candace and them didn't. And they could clearly see that Candace and Dawn tried to use it. And I know that they know that was sort of happening, right? Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think people are gonna formulate something like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? As far as, like, the feds questioning them and going, I don't know. Neighbor just said, sure, scream, right? Because they couldn't give a time for it because they didn't know one. None had ever been given to Candace and Dawn. It had been given to law enforcement and feds. So, PG and her garbage, you see how that math works on that with her, oh, well, Jody Sue and Candace, blah, blah, blah. I think if Jody Sue and Candace had formulated a fucking scream together, it would match up a little better with timing, don't you think? I'd be like, oh, like 5-ish or whatever the fuck time they proclaim Summer vanished in 2 minutes or 5 or 10 or whatever the fuck, right? I don't know. So, yeah, no. And feds and law enforcement are fully aware that they were the first ones first agent stood there and went, hey, do you know what time? I'm like, well, hold on. And then I found, I knew how to put that together and then gave it to them. And then they would know by the weeks and months questioning of Candace and Dawn that they had no clue. But could see them and probably knew those things like the recordings where Candace was recorded trying to use or excuse the scream and all that and this and the other, and then could see further on, apparently Dawn, before we even moved out of there, with that Nashville or Knoxville news station, telling them the dog trail and rewriting the story of the scream to fit his shit and all this there. Feds would be fully aware of all those things. I wasn't, but they would have been. But I do know that Candace and Dawn were not aware of the time of the scream. But they tried to use it. Whether they thought it applied or not, whatever, it's a different story. Not implying guilt or innocence because of that, but you see, so that's how it breaks down what PG's fuck around with lately with that shit. At least hardcore then. So feds and law enforcement have been fully aware of that, still are, etc. And I know there were conversations about the scream and other things and yada yada and such with Ellie and so yeah, PG and her narrative-driven horseshit content to slander, libel, harass, defame, do whatever to motherfuckers and doing shit way beyond civil territory. I tell you what, and accuse people, and then I just ain't gonna work, So yeah, there's that. Anyway, carry on.
And you can't tell nobody about you. Because when I called him, he was at the Dr. Phil's, or at the hotel. And he was like, you can't tell nobody.
Wow, Mullen let you in contact with him? Shit.
And I'm like, what have I told people before? And he's like, you can't say nothing. And then he told me that some woman dressed, that they had to catch the plane, but up at his house, he was going to send me pictures, but Candace said, no. And he said, if Candace wants you to, if she allows it. And he knows Candace ain't going to allow anybody. And it bothers you or whatever. Because when I called him, he was at the Dr. Phil's, or at the hotel. And he was like, you can't tell nobody. And I'm like, what have I told people before? And he's like, you can't say nothing. And then he told me that some woman dressed, that they had to catch the plane, but up at his house, he was going to send me pictures, but Candace said, no. And he said, if Candace wants you to, if she allows it. And well, he knows Candace ain't gonna allow nothing, so I don't know if it's true or not. It could be a lie.
Is Jody Sue their friend? Do you know if Jody Sue?
That's another, yeah. And you know another thing that pissed me off too, because Donald, because when I first started talking to Donald, I kind of thought that maybe Two-Ton Alley took Summer, done something to Summer, and you know, and so forth.
God, she's already on Alley like it. Anybody that was speaking or witnesses around Summer's life, she got something Terrace all done about, right? Directed. So.
But and maybe that Hunter and True. My focus was kind of on them because, well, you've seen them.
Why is she laying in the tree just constantly during that period?
I didn't need to say that. But anyhow, yeah. And that's
Jody Sue is their friend? You're saying Jody Sue is their friend?
She is. And I'm going to tell you now, her and this guy she calls Baltimore, Mr. Brown. Well,
Mr. Brown. That's how much PG knew. Mr. Brown. Okay.
That's what Donald, he lied to me about. He told me that I said it could be somebody that's able to see your house, you know, from your door. And he says, there's a guy, I open my door and there's a guy, a neighbor that can see my house. He says, I'm going to stick around because I told him to go to Allie's. If he really believed Allie and them did it, go to their neighborhood, hand out flyers, put up flyers all over the place around there on all the telephone poles, go door to door. Because if they had Summer, the neighbors or something may have seen something and they ain't heard about Summer yet. I mean, me being...
And after listening to these couple panels and line stuff, PG and the way back, it's pretty apparent she thought Allie and them were neighbors as well, which is weird. But yeah, the two-ton is a very old expression. It was one going out the door, late 80s, early 90s, for sure.
Parents, if I think somebody did it, I'd be calling through the window and check their house. I mean, personally, that's your kid. I mean...
Hide your kids, hide your wife. PG's crawling through all the windows. Let's hope she ain't stealing pennies, too. God forbid anybody tell her you can see like this room. Tell anybody over here on YouTube that you can see Candace and Dawn's from the main roadway, and they'll still call you a fucking liar. This place is wild. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I'm going to come out of the way and go through their house. Right. I don't care. Police can come and get me, but I'm going through their house.
So, how do you know that? Are you explaining how you know for a fact that Jody Sue's her friend? Do you know this for
exactly? But see, here's where the lie came in. He told me that he went over to Jody Sue's house, the neighbor's house, is what he's telling me. He said there was a man there laughing and talking about his wife. He said that they had just got back from court, and he was going to put his wife in a nut house, threatening her, putting her in a nut house and everything. And she believed him, and you know, she believed that he could do all these things to her, so she let him have everything and give him a divorce. And he was laughing about it. Donald,
see, this is one I heard something the way back. PG kept up a story while it's how I knew that. And I'd like to place a note here that I knew that shit was true because the games Dawn, Candace, and Monster have been playing since the way back, since we moved out. I knew this was true because it's what Monster was trying to use out in public and others, and even with also shit, right? Part of what he fed out to obvious realms and shit too. But if you notice the first cycle, really extreme one, after Monster was firmly in place with Piper, Jenny, Adrian, Squall, the rest, what happened was, what did they try to do? Piper and all them tried to, and Jenny and Adrian's and Monster's little soulmate there and whatnot, had the planned and targeted rooms moving and the countdown to Jody when the help comes and the knock on the door, take it. Their plan was to enact or try to enact a false 5150 hold, etc., to make me look crazy, seem crazy, the feathers, accounts, break-ins, whatever, all this garbage. And then to try to attempt emergency custody, that way they could all get hands on Little as a witness. And to destroy me by the taking of her. So it fits, doesn't it? And I know that it's something Monster was doing and pushing out from the beginning. I know that's what abusers do. They're always calling their victims crazy or whatever else. They want nobody fucking crazy. I'm still not crazy. But him and his little group tried that shit around the time they were targeting Little. The first plan and what they were all planning in phone calls things was the 5150 hold that we have proof and evidence of. And the attempted emergency custody of Little, right? La la la, but then that changed last minute and they started going with the other narrative, which is why Ziggy had problems keeping up at day with the group and the room rotations and all that fell a step, much like Cam and Allie did with the slave swap up, right? But yeah, I knew then when I heard that something been said by him. But you also have to remember, Monster and them were already back here behind the scenes as well with this group while pretending they weren't. They've been here as long as we've been. Anyway, it's definitely a tactic used by Monster, this group, Squall, the rest, Jenny, Adrian, etc. at one point in time, and that was the lead up to doing all that with Little. That was the first plan, right? And his Monster's wife played in that as well. Pushed out that goddamn garbage. And Squall for a couple months, with the Facebook thing pushed in, and they're all real dark and dirty and deep. But yeah, that all comes back somewhere, huh? Carrying on. Andy and Dawn and Candace had contact again. This is around a time when Candace, Dawn, and Andy were fucking with me in the first days after I left Ben Hill, and they were working together to fuck with me. Dawn was talking about, and you remember the email the other night, we went through on live streams where Dawn was emailing PG about mine and Monster's business and how it was fucked up. The judge and him bought his bullshit, and he tried to make me look a certain way, and apparently the police and Ellie bought the bullshit. That's not the case. It's just Mommy and Daddy made a call, and I just don't give a fuck. Anyway, so the thing is, yeah, of course, Andy and Stalin were going to be down there hanging out with Dawn and them. I know they were. And he's going to be all, and I know how Monster is when he's comfortable, especially around those he knows views and shit too. And he would have damn sure been joking about it and going on and carrying on like he had a hooray. And for him, I'm sure it was. And it still is that people will buy his bullshit, especially courts and this and whatever, but not so much on this one. Anyway, the point is that, like any good abuser and Monster, right? The system or police will help them get away with shit, or they can pull favors, and they're going to jerk off on it, and they're going to make fun of it, and it's real funny that some bitch abused us and tormented us and still does. The majority of my life since I was a child, and his parents did the same, and he's getting to jerk off on it. But that right there was one of the moments It was like, yep. And I remember hearing that around the block somewhere during time. It's when the PG's told quite a few times. But yeah, and it was something Monster was trying to do. And just like Dawn does and PG does, it's all women are crazy, this inner survivors, victims, fighters, we all know it. And the problem is that often they're able to make things seem that way. Yeah, it was a thing. Monster even tried that shit with my fam. My fam are like, are you fucking stupid? Why the fuck's he saying that? You know, like it was what he was trying to make others believe at that time was wild. And he'd been leading up to it. I mean, it's no different than any other time, but yeah, he definitely pushed in hard right then. And either way, or whatever. It's like he tried to tell my family after he contacted me last time in courtship that the court had ordered a psych valve for me and shit, and that was never done, not ordered, etc. But that's like any other good abusive monster, fucking sociopathic piece of shit. But this court in this line didn't buy his crap, especially after watching his behavior in court. It's probably being able to watch him in lives where I didn't find it funny. He was wearing my clothing. They can see him for what he is, and yeah, others didn't want to. So yeah, when you got family calling and you got family riding boats to your family where people die, shit, I don't know, right? Carrying on.
Like he kind of admired this guy for his dirtiness and what he done, but then I'm like, wow, that, and then he started feeling sorry, like he feels sorry for this wife and everything.
You remember the email where Dawn was clear, like, I know this motherfucker is terrible to her, and these cops in Hawkins bought it? And that was a time in there when Dawn and Candace were being asked for more polygraphs. They had distrust of Hawkins. Both of us seeing what the fuck's happening there and what was done to me, and it was like, shit, who can you trust up in this motherfucker, right? It gave all of us even more doubt. Everybody in that road, it was like, what the fuck? Because the entire road could hear that motherfucker. Let's stop and take care of this when you want to. Look here, Kirsten. They're manipulative troll. Alright, I see you. I'm gonna give you the attention you want, okay? There you go. There you go. And I know you've been popping up at weird times lately. I assume your comments. I do love the ellipses. Right? I love all the things you're trying to do here tonight. I assume the first one's meant to, if you can get a response out of me, it's meant to, what? Make me think of Summer, her swing. Maybe it was Dawn and Candace, or Grandis, or somebody else, or Jose, or somebody else, like, calling out, scream coming from. Yeah, no, I'm gonna pass on the bullshit, not being triggered by it. I don't know what the fuck you want from that. The ellipses, I don't need that. And then, let me see here. You want to, what, bring up trauma memories, get me in a certain mood by the child hurt, siblings in danger of this, ages of certain children. Let me see. Willow tree near our barn. Oh, wow. Willow tree mentioned again. What? On Ben Hill, like TT and them did? My God, but wonders never cease. Something. Wait, what was this one? Hold on. I know you erased them over here on the other one, but bad news, Kirsten. They still exist on Restream. maybe you trolls learn, right? Maybe you'll learn. The devastating cat, and you might want to take time instead of learning my ellipses and all this to learn how to spell devastating. My siblings and I climbed a willow tree near a barn, get on the roof. Oh, and the roof. Is that supposed to bring back memories of, or thoughts of summer being on scaffolding or on the roof, like Dawn said, then make me insert, like, what is that for? And use the tree limb swing up farm. Long story short, you broke a leg. Oh, yeah, okay. If it would have been an open fracture, I could have been in danger. The barn was 2 pastures away from the main house. And now you're like, no, it's just seeing things happen. Never mind. Okay. Nothing, never mind. You're right. Nothing, never mind. Fuck your manipulation attempts, your emotional bullshit to try to get me in certain moods or to trigger me, to try to get responses from me or anything else. And for that reason, you're out. Peace out, buddy. Good try, though. Good non-educated college try. Still not in the mood. Going back on my Southern Drive where I belong. Please tell them to take some more fucking modules. You too may want to pay more for better modules. Good night. Look at that. Deleted all our comments. Fun fact, trolls, the shit still exists in stream and restream when you do that. I can still put them up. Still hold them back here too. Still can screenshot them. Boy, it's fun back here. Remember that when you're erasing all the evidence yourselves, it's still held back here in StreamYard. Jackasses. Dummies. Alright, carry on. Back on the Castrol Southern Driveway. They're beating on me and terrorizing us and the children. I'm not talking about just Ben Hill. The entire goddamn Beach Creek community could hear this motherfucker beating on me. That's how bad it was, and sometimes for days on end. And I mean that with very few breaks for that fucking son of a bitch in between. And they could hear it all the way down the main road, Beach Creek. Wasn't a joke. And so everybody in there went, what the fuck is up with the police? How in the hell did everybody son of a bitch is fucking anything? Are you kidding me? Yeah. Everybody in the whole goddamn community. You're like, never mind. We know. Yeah, we all knew. So even Dawn and them, and they're going through Summer's investigation. They're like, what the fuck just happened? I'm like, well, start getting that kind of distrust going in there. And everybody's watching what the fuck's being done to me and the kids. Retirement of judges on the same day. People can't find calculators. Well, shit really goes sideways, doesn't it? So there's where we're at that. And it damn sure didn't help me. What was done to me, the whole damn community was like, what the fuck? And it gave everybody calls. Sure as fuck did. There's no help in there, Billy. Most know they called the police. Monster could have heard him half hour before I got there because the dogs was literally locked down the main. There've been signs, something like that, and then you trigger abusers, they know police are coming. Then you're going to be involved in a community war if people aren't arrested and kept in jail. Most abusers aren't. And then it could actually cause the death of a victim or children, and nobody's going to be responsible for that. So places like Beach Creek, there isn't really any help, really. But you can indeed bring someone's death about by calling the police. Anyway, carrying on.
And that was a dirty thing to do. Once you see, I wasn't going to be happy about it. And, admire anybody for something like that at all. And then later I was laughing about it. But see, here's where the lie came.
But that through the PG filter is your light into what Andy was doing and saying after all of that, and how he was getting off on it and enjoying it, enjoying what he and his family were able to do that I've been being threatened with already. Even up to the day before Summer vanished. Maybe 12 hours before. Well, about 24, right? Looking late evening and then late evening next day. So yeah, 24. So yeah. And I'll tell you, what I and family and others coming and going from court scene and the way we were treated there and other things going on and weird shit. Man. And then personal escorts Monster kept getting from one county to the other by certain folks. Yeah, it's pretty apparent what's going on. Ain't nobody need to tell me shit.
He told me that he went over to Jody Sue's house, the neighbor's house is what he's telling me. He said there was a man there laughing and talking about his wife. He said that they had just got back from court and he was going to put his wife in a nut house, threatening her, putting her in a nut house and everything. And she believed him, and she believed that he could do all these things to her, so she let him have everything and give him a divorce. And he was laughing about it. Donald acted like he kind of admired this guy for his dirtiness and what he done, but then I'm like, wow, that, and then he started.
Yeah, Don admired him for his dirtiness, for being able to not be ordered to do child support on order protection and emergency relief shit, to where courts turned it around to where I had to find poor little him's uniforms that didn't exist in order for him to get his paycheck from his imaginary fire job where his employers then and now fuck shit up for years and do fucking crazy crooked shit, including and downright planning and pretending they're on burglaries and shit to do insurance claims. It's fucking wild. But anyway, the thing is that, but I mean, I guess it matters since most of the police get all their shit done at that same business too. But either way, the point is that dirty shit, right? Dawn knew it. What effect do you think that had on Summer's investigation in case 2? Here's Andy down there telling him what he's gotten away with, laughing about it, what the judge's courts police did, knowing it was bullshit. What do you think that message sent to Dawn and Candace? What kind of message do you think that sent? And to others in the community who knew better and knew what Monster and his family were. Knew the truth. Because it did send one hell of a wave through there and that community. But it shows you that Monster was indeed involved in dirty shit. He knew it. He knew he had been able to use police, law enforcement, shit, lie to him, pull dirty shit on me. They forced me to try to track down shit that didn't even exist in the days I was giving him and all this other, so he could get paid from a job he hadn't been fired from. They knew it. He knew it. He lied about in court. I've been able to act any way I wanted to, gaslight the shit on me, do all kinds of stuff, Well, fuck. That tells you he was bragging about it. Knew he'd done dirty shit. Knew they'd done dirty shit for him.
He's feeling sorry, like he feels, and he was laughing about it. Exactly. But see, here's where the liking him. He told me that he went over to Jody Sue's house, the neighbor's house is what he's telling me. He said there was a man there laughing and talking about his wife. He said that they had just got back from court and he was going to put his wife in a nut house, threatening her, putting her in a nut house and everything. And she believed him, and she believed that he could do all these things to her, so she let him have everything and give him a divorce. And he was laughing about it. Donald acted like he kind of admired this guy for his dirtiness and what he done, but then I'm like, wow, that, and then he started feeling sorry, like he feels sorry for this wife and everything, and that was a dirty thing to do. Once he seen, I wasn't going to be happy about it, and
oh yeah, once he seen PG wasn't going to be happy about it. I guess Don was real concerned about PG's feelings. PG, the person who thinks we all deserve to be beat, hurt, essayed, even children, it's fine. These men are fine. Shouldn't be blaming the boys because gender stuff. Remember that shit we went over there or not? Oh yeah. PG wouldn't have been happy that was done to Jody Sue. by a monster in law enforcement surrounding. Sure. Okay.
Hire anybody or something like that at all. And then later I find out that, and I asked him at the time, I said, do you know this man? And he's like, no, but I think he might have did something to my daughter. And I'm like, what?
Really?
Yeah, well, that man thinks that Dawn and Candace murdered Summer, so there's back and forth there, which tells you something about how they're all frenzies these days and how they immediately started being super buddy and hanging out and playing games with me and everything else and fuck with me together right after leaving there. Yeah, it's because they got each other's asses to cover, even for small bullshit or whatever the fuck they were truly up to together. That's why. But yet, each one of them thinks the other's fucking guilty. But, I know Don better than that. He doesn't. But it's another person to throw out there, right?
He's talking about lots more.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. And then I found out later that they were friends and that Candace was taking pictures of Jody abuse and documenting it and everything. And I guess Jody Sue was listening to some of Candace's BS about Donald and so forth. And
now, see, that tells you something. She goes, oh, and Jody C was listening to some of Candace's bullshit about Donald. Okay, so my abuse was real, but yet Candace's wasn't. Why? Because she had a thing for Dawn? Weird. But yet, a minute ago, Dawn was like, well, yeah, that's bad what he did to her, all because he knew PG would be upset and how she'd feel about that being done to a woman. Oh, okay, alright. PG can't keep her shit straight between the lines. Must be them damn weed brownies.
yeah, I mean, are they friends? What does that sound like to you?
Yeah, because the screen didn't come out.
You wouldn't ask a stranger to take pictures of your wounds.
Yeah, because the screen thing came out, like, it didn't come out at the beginning when Summer first went missing. So I always thought that
it was known and recorded, and this place kept it while these people actually hunted us and really tried to semi-kidnap other neighbors thinking it was them. That's how one of your famous penny chase non-lives happened, right, over here. And how law ends up being present place and shit. It's really
weird that was something that was not mentioned.
And Donald also told me that Candace still has the pictures. Jody Sue still has those pictures.
now make that make sense with PG on her own channel swearing she was with and at 110 with everybody, and I was on vid chat with Candace and such when the card right came up, and Candace finally found it. Remember PG on her channel saying she was there, okay? And that she helped Candace find out. No, Squall was supposed to be there at the time. Del was, right? But not a PG behind Candace on the vid chat. So, but now early on, before she's now fucking fairy tale up the story, originally was Dawn told her Candace still had at least one of the SD cards and stuff on it, right? But then later on it becomes no, PG was present, helped Candace look for it and share it. And also, the only way she could have known it won't have it is if Candace and him had them on phones in the background or others there behind Candace and him at the time. Told her that, right? Now, Squall said the same in Hands. Or, yeah. So, yep. And that's who was supposed to be in the background that day that I was seeing with Candace. Okay? No PG.
Wow, so what about, thank you so much. Like, wow, I'm so happy you came up with your answering. I really appreciate this. And, you know, maybe someday if you want to prove stuff and send me some screenshots, it's fine. But right now, I'm just happy that you're up here talking.
I tried to get up on that one guy. His name something H.
I'm not sure. It's not H. Sorry, it's not H. Yeah.
Well, they're like super mean to me. Just super mean. Throw me out.
Probably because he's like
She's trying to get up on Scott H's and they threw her out. Huh. Interesting. Weird, she was aiming for the channels that were really pushing the marathon. Scott had taken the marathon idea from Squall to Tiffany Marie to Brist. But Scott gave PG the steel-toed boot. The steel-toed boot! Well, PG seemingly had knowledge of the cash cards and shit from coming in, but that would have been more Cher keys related. And I was 43 on that too, though, just like Scanlon. They're both using Chase those things. PG was just more on the BK Cher side of things. Squall Scott, the rest. Penny, Tiffany, the rest on the other. But definitely all for one for all were concerned that P.O. box and having shit sent to it. It was being filtered off, and BK and Cher were. BJ probably would not have. Carrying on.
I think he's really. I love Scott H, but they're very supportive of Jody Sue. So I don't know if that. I don't know. What about
I love Scott H, but they're very supportive of Jody Sue. Well, Ziggy, by the time, what would there not have been support? Hadn't done shit. And nobody said anything of your foul about me on your panel yet. I mean, you had. You've been digging in the face of the whole thing. Your first motherfucker has come up to my shit. Interesting. But you touched Cher too. NGL the rest of the time. The Petito fucking case crackers there that I'd already told to go fuck off by this point. I wasn't helping them. So yeah, you probably wouldn't been real pleased with Scott H supporting or anything being supportive around me because I told you little buddies in the NGL world to go fuck themselves after everything, and that I wouldn't help them go to life or go inside the community. I wasn't going to be on. Wouldn't escort them, letting whatever. They could go take their drones, everything else, and go straight to fucking hell with their boots on the ground bullshit. Yeah. So that's interesting. All right, carry on.
what about Hunter? Did you ever mention to Don that you heard something about inappropriate relationship with Hunter and Candace? Has that ever come up?
Yes, and Donald, 100%. I'm going to be honest with you. You know Jose. Yes? Jose, yes. And everything. Well, we're all women here. And as women, we know that if some man stayed at your house and your wife jumps up off the sofa and smacks you around, which he did Donald when he got back, and so forth, she's, taking up for this man, and Allie done took off, then you can pretty much imagine what already went on there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a woman ain't going to keep some man around her house for nothing. And, because he would have had to leave the same time Allie did. It's like, oh no, if you're a good wife, it's, oh no, that man's going with you.
Yeah, right.
You need to be in here.
Wow, that's so fucked up. That didn't come out of Dawn's mouth. They were, holy shit.
But if the woman let him stay, then, she's her bed partner. And anyway, well, we're all women here. And as women, we know that if some man stayed at your house and your wife jumps up off the sofa and smacks you around, which he did Donald when he got back, and so forth, she's, taking up for this man, and Allie done took off, then you can pretty much imagine what already went on there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a woman ain't going to keep some man around her house for nothing. And, because he would have to leave the same time Allie did. It's like, oh no, if you're a good wife, it's, oh no, that man's going with you. Yeah, right. You need to be in here. But if the woman let him stay, then, she's her bed partner. And anyway, it's just the way it is. But no, Donald don't believe that. I mean,
Donald don't believe what? And my show was talking about this, like, cheating wife. It's not okay if Candace would have been, she could flirt with Dawn and do all these things. But well, he did say he was going to divorce Candace. Hell, she has a real problem.
Candace has got Donald because she's only been with two men. The one she had the first kids from, and that's BS.
So he doesn't believe anything with any inappropriate relationship between her and Hunter then.
In what kind of world is this random inserting person we're an open and active investigation, get in contact with the father of a missing child, and Nick is asking them apparently about their bedroom habits or what their significant other said to them or their private business or how many each has been with or anything? Where does that conversation come about? When you're just trying to be a support system or you're supposedly there for non-nefarious reasons or, where does that come about and how can I help you as a random citizen around the world trying to find your daughter? How can I help find your daughter? Hey, how many people does your wife tell you she slept with? Yeah, that don't happen unless y'all talking dirty, off that path. Spare me. That's right.
Candace should get caught banging somebody and Donald will go into denial. That's just the way it is.
And I'm not having anybody else up on panel right now because we're it gets too crazy, but when Prayer drops, then we come. So yeah, right now I'm not accepting anybody else up on panel. Sorry guys.
I do have another question for you, Prayer. Has Donald ever talked about Summer too, like anything? Memories,
I love how PG leaves up all the people that don't cheat on Candace with or the prostitutes or any other fuck shit when he goes on the crack runs. That was fine. He's excused. He's a bully. Past mistakes and all. Blaze Jesus. Whatever.
We talk about our kids, you know what I mean? Has he ever talked about her to you at all?
Yes.
What has he said, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm going to tell you the one thing he told me that, he really loved Summer. And, that was his.
Hey, you think PG, when her significant other was dying of cancer, do you think she would have thought the wife material was one who'd come along and you think her dying partner, like if she was banging, say, like a Donald Wells or another piece of garbage or even far worse in the back of bathrooms and stuff, do you think her partner would be like, yeah, well, that's Mary material? I mean, no. Do you think PG and her husband who passed away from cancer feel about all the same shit scenarios? And I wonder, hopefully PG didn't like abuse her husband or nothing as he was passing with cancer, beat him in like cancer masses or anything, or leave him alone in ICU or anything. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? But she'd be forgiven because Jesus, and, well, you know how she feels about monsters. She likes the monsters, you know.
His baby, his pride, his joy. He really, really did love Summer. And I believe that. I believe he did love his daughter. And Donald said that, you know, that he told Summer that she's going to have to start sleeping in her own bed. And Summer said, you know, started crying, and she had crocodile tears in her. Well, she didn't tell me crocodile tears. She said she.
Say what? Did she just parrot Don's exact words from the interview over here? Somebody please name that piece for me where he said that. He said, Summer, I tried to get her to sleep in her bed. She wouldn't. She said, Daddy, you know, big old crocodile tears in her eyes. You know, remember that? I want to sleep with you with big old crocodile tears in her eyes. You remember that? PG just said that verbatim, and I think she said, well, she didn't tell me that. As in Summer. And we're going to be kind of rewind. Holy shit.
He, you know, he told me that, you know, he really loved Summer. And, you know, that was his baby, his pride, his joy. He really, really did love Summer. And I believe that. I believe he did love his daughter. And Donald said that, you know, that he told Summer that she's going to have to start sleeping in her own bed. And Summer said, you know, started crying, and she had crocodile tears in her. Well, she didn't tell me crocodile tears. She said she had tears in her eyes. And
did you all catch that? Twice in a row, she acts like she's talking to Summer, like Summer has spoken to her. And y'all, I'm tired. Been up for far too long. And still got a whole nother day to go through. So I might get a nap like this time tomorrow. Because fucking appointments and shit today. But that's fine. I rarely sleep anyway. Usually up fires and puzzles, but just shows you that either PG's being honest, and obviously you can see she was writing speeches. That's the problem with that period. You can clearly see that PG was indeed writing speeches that were offered out as Dawn's. You can clearly see during interviews the language between Dawn and PG matching. The crocodile tears moments, is the other, right? So one or the other is parroting one or the other. You also see that Stark being very present in interviews and things. You see the speeches. You can literally see which I mean they're hidden now, but I've put a few in as receipts here in this period around this video. You can find them. But the wording, the things they're using, the way they're working together, the speeches really were read out on lives by Benny, Cher, others, and offered out as Dawn was writing them. Right? You see moments in time throughout interviews. Dawn starts butterflying and fairy tailing up certain things like he did with the eldest, where it went from, I believe, Boba or one of them, or maybe McDonald's, from, yeah, it was really harsh with him, I don't think our relationship's ever going to be the same again, to then, oh, we broke it out, and whatever, I told him it wasn't his fault, son, blah, 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 and all that shit, right? That's what they do, they learn, they twist, they narrate, they weave, they butterfly and fairy tale up shit. PG and Dawn both do this, but you can see them working in conjunction and how these things started getting into real interviews, real articles, really said by, and how they were really offered out to you all, as Dawn was the one writing them, but Benny and them were reading them for him, and blah blah blah, right? PG had a role in a great deal of this. Though most of the time, the bitch is like a crow. She just picks up shiny things she hears, much like the Jose Additives and all the others, and TTs and goofballs and people who pretend they're part of the community or know us, or fake panel writers. There's been ample time for them to study and, do all this shit and then pretend they are who they are and yell to eat and bite. But PG's no different. Most of what she says is bullshit she ferrets from around. A lot of it's, it depends on the time period and what's shaking. But, for her to learn things and to offer them out like this or that or the other, for her to say she had first-hand knowledge of, or it's breaking news or something else. But there was indeed a period there, right after Summer vanished, where she was working with all those around, writing speeches for, where that language came in play, where those things were being used by Don and others, to put out to real reporters, real media, real shit. His words became stories, went from, okay, this happened, say, with like the eldest, to, not mine, but theirs. Went from, okay, relationships broke, never the same, to, oh, we come to me and said, I'm sorry, and we wrote it out, and the crocodile tear moments, and so many others that were leveled up, right? And parroting between each of these little crows and weavers and pickers and whatever, and speech writers. All those throughout everything. From the very first days, very first hours, actually. Minutes, hours, days, weeks, months. So many of them, so many variations of them. But those at first that are still here. I hope to see today that, you know, they're stopped from ever doing this. Again, but right now they're still rolling strong, right? Still in Summers, Sebastian's, all the others in between, the Harmonies, like, the Audreys. Case after case after case. Anyway, I'm gonna skip ahead a bit. Y'all can go watch Slavic. It's open, I believe. So are the others around it, I think. All of them, I'm not sure, but in there you'll find the emails, the receipts, the written speeches that are weird as hell. The emails between PG and Dawn at first, giving out private business, showing what Monster was really up to, all that shit, laughing about after courts and how he'd made him eat by his bullshit and he thought it was hilarious. But that never happened at the first one. It happened at the second one. The first one, I don't know. I don't know moments, but I know that during all this duration, he's tried to do that. This group's tried to do it with him. It's been the thing. It's what abusers do. Either way, it's not even the point tonight. The point is that, it's tragedy pimps, savagely betrayal. They're quite easy to get. If you know what you're looking for. Just point out how bad it is. Watching them and believing or buying anything they're fucking saying. And knowing at what depth they've played in Summer's case is disturbing. And I don't know why it's not more disturbing to all of you. Some of you, anyway. It's fucking appalling and tragic. It's tragedy upon tragedy. All their roles in and around everything. Summer Wells, community, witnesses, POIs, whatever else. Their roles in everything. From the first minutes, hours, after Summer vanished until now. While they hashtag her name and all of us and our names and pretend to be your advocates, truth finders, detectives, whatever else. And all they are destroyers. Virtue signaling con artist pieces of shit. Criminals, junkies, inserters. Working in a well-organized group only. Anyway, y'all do as you will. I know a lot of it's in there. Even more PG says that she is, at first, in the first days, weeks after Summer vanished, she's basically writing all these speeches and stuff because Dawn and Candace, quote, needed someone to help cover up for them. And that was her job, was to cover up everything and to rewrite everything and get their shit straight, much like she proclaimed she did when she notified them that screen time didn't add up with and they needed to get their shit straight. Whatever, right? Which is, honestly, in that time of year, that's when shit went a little fucking wonky and sideways and people really started feeding out from the Wells Camp shit to get us extremely tired with. But that's also the time this group really comes into full contact with Monster, too. I'm guessing by design, obviously, and that we have proof of. So, the point is, both things take place at the same time, you know. And you start getting hit sideways from both abusers and the rest on that cursed ass goddamn road. So it is what it is, man. But I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
It's everywhere, touches everyone, and has many subjects.
Talking about her and doing what all the YouTubers and everybody felt that she should be doing.
But you just said Dawn did. Now you've thrown Candace into the passenger seat of this Chuck E. Cheese bus. Now you're just adding people. She said, are you serious? PG almost said no. It You're killing me, Smalls. Alright. That was a thing recently.
Was it? Don't tell us the exact city, but what? How long of a drive? I mean, was he complaining about?
It's outside of where they're at. They
So,
moved the kids outside.
like an hour or something, max.
I know it has to be more.
Look at them trying to hunt down where the boys are at. Right? Right. Trying to get exact locations for kids. And shit. Not like they ain't got fingers and little YouTube true crime junkies and all the fucking children's services shit around here. Weirdos. Fucked up shit. But anyway. Damn hospitals and shit motherfuckers can't even go in for damn basic ass bitch care because these motherfuckers just everywhere crawling around. Anyway, but look at them hunting the children. Where? How far from them? Can we get an idea of a precise location maybe for the children? Yeah, that's what they're doing right now.
And that because
Okay. Don't tell us the exact city, but what? How long of a drive? I mean, was he complaining about?
it's outside of where they're at. They
So,
moved the kids outside.
like an hour or something, max?
I know.
And also, remember by this point in time in the way back, remember Ziggy had already done the DCS thing. The friend that hell she should have known exactly where the boys are. Why was she asking PG? You see how that math works out now that Ziggy and the rest have been outed fully for the dumb world who didn't get attended. That shit was fake in the first place. Now PG come over to verify for and do all the shit, and none of the math ever worked, and still obviously doesn't. That's why Ziggy's been busted lately for it.
Oh, yeah.
Just give us an approximate, because then children's homes like that aren't hard to find within a certain time zone from where they live, is it? See how this works?
Be more than that because I'll tell you why they didn't get home till really super late. So I say 4 or 5 hours.
And I did the statements before. Now, the statements that you're referring to, Don had a few people on YouTube read statements for him. Were you saying that you wrote those statements that he had people read for him, or?
Yes, I did.
Oh, wow. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
So you wrote it, did he help you go over, or did you just come up with it all yourself and then he was like, oh, that's good?
Yeah, that's good. I wrote it all myself. I was trying to get him, I thought if I wrote him some statements and get him, focused on Summer, then he would start opening up and talking about her and doing what all the YouTubers and everybody felt that she should be doing. I thought maybe he just needed a little help. You know what I'm saying? But they don't need a little help. What they needed was somebody to come.
What you were trying to do for the world was write the narrative of kidnapping, an abduction, serial kidnapper at that, right before Marathon lifted off. And then a billboard thing, with the idea of blackmail at first responded of, they knew where Summer was at, the feds knew where, and Grandis is going to be here, all this other shit, right? No, you were trying to offer out to the world that it had to be a kidnapping in this channel. That's what you did. It had nothing to do with, I was just trying to make him concentrate on something. No, you weren't. You were writing speeches so that the narrative was driven home here on YouTube and to the world that it had to be kidnapping. And honestly, like I said, all possibilities, but I'll stick with controlled and foul play. Which could include that, and I won't disagree if there could be a possibility of that. But I don't know. More things shake. More things shake. But I gotta tell you, my first thoughts when I thought kidnapper abduction, they were not stranger in the least. So there's that too, but there's a possibility somebody close. Everything I've said stands. All possibilities are on. Now I'll explore them all with all the fires and puzzles and pieces and knowns to me and this other and patterns and behaviors and comings and goings and all the things until hopefully some. But let's be real. This is what PG was trying to do.
Or to give him something to cut her and doing what all the YouTubers and everybody felt that she should be doing. I thought if I wrote him some statements and get him, focused on Summer, then he would start opening up and talking about her and doing what all the YouTubers and everybody felt that she should be doing.
So you get him focused on Summer, not for the benefit of Summer or talking about her or anything. This and other. But what the YouTubers thought he should be doing and focusing on and all that shit and giving out to the public for you all. YouTubers. Not for his daughter. Not for them. But for YouTubers. Why you all created a fucking narrative.
You know, I thought if I wrote him some
and lifted off a goddamn scamathon. 1, 2, billboards, etc. All this.
statements and get him, focused on Summer, then he
Statements that he had people read for him, or
yes, I did.
oh wow, okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
And every one of these crews that read those statements, not one of them said there's a ghostwriter. Not one of them said there's a PG. Not one of them said that. They said Don wrote this and he wants us to read it out. And read it for him. Like the night that he was supposedly taking a shit on a toilet. With Benny there, reading it, his supposed own words out. So remember that. When what you've watched this whole time are these creators fuck with you, lie to you, manipulate you, even read speeches they told you was Dawn. That made you feel certain types of way or believe certain things about Dawn, Candace, Summer. But not only were they not written by them, it's not their words, thoughts, reality. None of those things apply to Summer or anything around her. Because they weren't written by anybody that knows her, the community, Dawn, Candace, themselves. They fucked with you all the entire way. In some of the worst ways possible. You think it was truly to help Summer? Or was it because the YouTubers thought that's what should be done for them? And what two people definitely afraid they were going to hang, whether guilty or not, wanted. Which is
So you wrote it, did he help you go over, or did you just come up with it all yourself and then he was like, oh, that's good?
Yeah, that's good. I wrote it all myself. I was trying to get him, I thought if I wrote him some statements and get him, focused on Summer, then he would start opening up and talking about her and doing what all the YouTubers and everybody felt that she should be doing. I thought maybe he just needed a little help. You know what I'm saying? But they don't need a little help. What they needed was somebody to give them something to cover up whatever happened. And this is great,
Well, didn't you just fucking oblige? So you knew that? You knew they needed somebody to help them cover up, write narratives, push out to the public, lift off scamathons? You knew that, PG, and you participated anyway? Along with helping them formulate stories and twist things when you found new, shiny things to pick up like a crow or a ferret in real time and tell them, hey, this no longer fits, you gotta change this, and let me fairy tale up all these details for you that don't sound so good. All that.
I can put that out there.
Listen again.
Walk my back by that.
So you wrote it, did he help
The statements before. Now,
than that because I tell you why they didn't get home till really super late. So I say 4 or 5 hours.
and I did the statements before. Now, the statements that you're referring to, Don had a few people on YouTube read statements for him. Were you saying that you wrote those statements that he had people read for him, or?
Yes, I did.
Oh, wow. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
So you wrote it, did he help you go over, or did you just come up with it all yourself and then he was like, oh, that's good?
Yeah, that's good. I wrote it all myself. I was trying to get him, I thought if I wrote him some statements and get him, focused on Summer, then he would start opening up and talking about her and doing what all the YouTubers and everybody felt that she should be doing. I thought maybe he just needed a little help. You know what I'm saying? But with somebody to give him something to cover up whatever happened, and
Sorry to stutter on that. They just need somebody to cover up, to help them cover up. She changed it. No, Deanna, that's,
well, see, I know how I would write if something happened to someone.
Yeah.
And that's basically what I was putting down. And once I realized the mistake I had made, actually I had gave him other ones. I deleted them so he why they didn't get home till really super late. So I say 4 or 5 hours.
And I did the statements before. Now, the statements that you're referring to, Don had a few people on YouTube read statements for him. Were you saying that you wrote those statements that he had people read for him, or?
Yes, I did.
Oh, wow. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
So you wrote it, did he help you go over, or did you just come up with it all yourself and then he was like, oh, that's good?
Yeah, that's good. I wrote it all myself. I was trying to get him, I thought if I wrote him some statements and get him, focused on Summer, then he would start opening up and talking about her and doing what all the YouTubers and everybody felt that he should be doing. I thought maybe he just needed a little help, you know what I'm saying? But they don't need a little help. What they needed was somebody to give them something to cover up whatever happened. And yeah, this is great. I can put that out there and get these people off my back and off Candace's back. About
we thought it was written too well for it to be.
And then
go ahead. Sorry.
Once I realized the mistake I had made, actually I had gave him other ones. I deleted them so he couldn't use them. But nobody had to tell me what to say. You know what I'm saying?
No, he shouldn't have had to have somebody help him.
I wrote it. Well, see, I know how I would write if something happened to someone.
Yeah.
And that's basically what I was putting down. And and he was using it.
What about what he was reading on his YouTube channel? Was that from you or was
it?
Good.
Yeah, that's good. I wrote it all myself. I was trying to get him, I thought if I wrote him some statements and get him, focused on Summer, then he would start opening up and talking about her and doing what all the YouTubers and everybody felt that he should be doing. I thought maybe he just needed a little help. You know what I'm saying? But they don't need a little help. What they needed was somebody to give them something to cover up whatever happened. And yeah, this is great. I can put that out there and get these people off my back and off Candace's back.
We thought it was written too well for it to be.
And then
go ahead. Sorry.
And as said in my last note this morning, I just make it clear for the 4 billionth time how long Ryan and Jen have been around since right after Summer vanished, but under different names. And all the chats, all of our Facebooks, everything else. Ryan and Jen ain't new. There's a reason that boy has Catch Me If You Can on his built-ass website. Ryan finds bullshit is a built thing and part of this group and has been for the longest time. I'm sure Monster realizes that, much like Green Eyes, Ryan and Jen run his chats going around under other things. But maybe he does, it's hard telling, But, yeah, they've been around here for a very, very long time. Since before any of us were a republic. Weird that. Wonder what they're writing or after doing. It's even weirder when you go back and you look and you hold legit chats and Sarah from way back, and Ryan and Jen are there, but now all Ryans are deleted. But there are helpful things here. Yeah, they've been here since the way back. Anyway, just gonna leave that here again for being lately. And we're gonna finish it on this note this morning, guys. Because I can't.
Once I realized the mistake I had made, actually
And I think we'll skip over the part where Justin and PG are making fun of, with Dawn included at a certain point, what was supposedly Summer's last meal at 110, and maybe her last meal ever. We'll skip over that part for today, but I'm going to play this on the exit, because I think it's worth revisiting.
They had gave him other ones. I deleted them so he couldn't use them. But you know, yeah, you know, nobody had to tell me what to say. You know what I'm saying?
He shouldn't have had to have somebody help him.
I wrote it. Well, see, I know how I would like it if something happened to someone. Yeah, and you know, that's basically what I was putting down, and you know, and he was using it.
What about he was reading on his YouTube channel? Was that from you, or was that really his?
He's got somebody else.
Okay. I'm hanging in there, brother. And I'll say all the good people and Christian, keeping people out there. Thank you. Thank you. I guess this is probably as good a time as any, Don, to read your statement. Hoorah. Yeah. Okay. So here we go, guys. To everyone out there helping to seek and find Summer, thank you, and God bless you all. I have been learning light overtakes and blinds darkness, the same way love overtakes and destroys hate with one's own heart. Sometimes we get stuck on hate, and I do not understand why. Hate, unlike love, is only one subject leading nowhere. But love leads everywhere, touches everyone, and has many subjects on so many different topics like kindness, caring, peace, happiness, support, etc. I am learning through this all the hate.
I need you to sit down. I need you to sit down.
Good to go? I just lost you. Oh no, we're here. We're here. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I just went to the room. I am learning through this. Yes, sir. No worries. No worries, brother. I am learning. Where was I at here? I'm sorry, Don. I am learning this through all the hate, but mostly through all the love, kindness, caring, and support being pulled together to help search and find my daughter, Summer Wells. Summer was kidnapped on June 15th, 2021. That was the start of our nightmare. No one on this earth would I have known information? The answer is most likely not. I also have obtained this information. Lord, I'll be home today. But I'm young and some rest maybe a street. My baby sister, never gone to shut the house in shop. See She chose my new routine. My sweetheart, he's around. Yes, tears in your eyes, and totally, and totally destroys your mind. One scream God bless my brother. God bless you, and thank you so much. There it is, guys. Sorry, Don.
That was so awesome. Thank you, Benny, for reading that. I could never read it like you, brother.
I felt like I was reading you. Well, you know, Don, I appreciate that, Don, and I know that there's a lot of other people that appreciate that as well. And it has nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with us. It has to do with your daughter. And that's the first thing. That's the first thing.
God has given you the voice, bro. For sure.
Absolutely. Anything else you'd like to say?
God bless you all. I love my daughter with all my heart. And to all y'all out there face something like this in your life. And I pray that your loved ones are safe and secure and sleep because by your side, hold in your hand. You can hold them every night. Thank you. That's what it means tonight. Just that God's got a plan in the world.
It's better than magic, brother. I'm
Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Actually, I think we'll include this here too, because this was during the targeting with Ryan, Monster, and PG. So I think I'll include this too.
Something, man.
You know, for me,
Oh, just a second.
I'm on.
And mind you, this is around Christmas, and also there where Ryan was everywhere talking shit about us before getting his golden ticket to 125 to make that a hit piece towards Ryan, the kids, and whatever. This was during the period where he was still putting out the videos from cemeteries where my brother and grandfather are buried. on purpose at Monster's request, leading up to Christmas and the holidays, and Little and I traveling. This is what Ryan was doing all over the place, most especially Cher's, Ziggy's, and PG's, with all of them and our abuser. Before he got the golden ticket to the property, like PG said tonight, that she was the one in control of and had manipulated to happen to where Ryan got the. Anyway, carrying on.
Jelly beans. So wild. I know that Ryan last night was probably responding to our dear chat member around these streets named, Peas in a pod, but it's funny considering tonight that Ryan's comment last night in PG's, right, as he and she and the rest and Justin in a group fashion stirring shit also back near the abuser this time of year, right? I got a 3-day timeline threat again. Ryan threatened me last night. PG's going, I had 3 days until XYZ, right? Happened to me. Right? But he's all like, yes, peas in a pod, yes. 100% yes.
Strange, isn't it? Ryan finds truth going around and Ziggy, PG's, and Cher's and stuff that time with their abuser. Doing all these vids that were targeting me and right near Christmas to hurt me with my family, with filming that video where my brother and Papa are and making that. There's 2 behind and Serafina and whatever, right? And then looking at the grave that the story behind it is that a mother and daughter died right after each other. Anyway, so there's that. But it's weird Ryan was running everywhere threatening me with, guess what? Countdown on days again until something bad happened to me, etc. Or whatever. Weird, this group, it's countdowns, the Ryans, the Jennies, the Adrians, the Pipers, the countdowns where it concerns me, threats, the days given until certain things come out or told or aired or shown or, get the fuck off the internet for X amount of days or do this or we're going to make your son look like. Weird how Ryan Finds Truth participated in that right before getting a golden ticket to 125 to make the ultimate hit piece of Jesse. She falls right back in the night and PG doing her bullshit. With it is a double-edged thing. Also, they're garbage and but now they're striking out at Ryan while Ziggy's in chat with PG and Cher's and Tone. Cher's over there in Ryan's comments on his prayer hands. And we need prayers over the next several weeks. And Cher's over there in Ryan's comment section tonight as PG and Ziggy are doing the other online. Strange, isn't it? Strange. Right. All just a coincidence. And I think we will actually include this.
And that's the first thing. That's the first thing. That was giving you the most, bro. For sure. Anything else you'd like to say? God bless you all. You got so when my daughter broke my heart. Y'all out there face something like this in your life. Your loved ones are safe and secure. And secure by your side. Hold it in your hand. Hold it every night. Thank you. That's what it means tonight. Okay. Just that's my plan. To the world. We better than that. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
And of course here we have Justin, our sweet precious Justin Thrall, and PG making fun of and giggling about what may have very well been Summer's last meal, at least on 110, and maybe otherwise. But Justin thought it was funny. PG thought it was funny.
Yeah, you got some fries to go with that. You got some fries to go with that. I got a question about that. I got a question about that hot dog story. I'd like to know if mustard and ketchup come with that hot dog. Did mustard and ketchup come with that hot dog on June 15th, 2021? All right. Was it in a bun or out of a bun? What color was that hot dog? Because with no refrigeration, I would say it was green, right? Yeah, green hot dog.
And don't forget Dawn herself was watching that live and came in and had a good old time about it too, which I find disturbing as hell.
There's a blackbird perched outside my window. I hear him calling, I hear him sing. Burns me with his eyes of gold to embers. He sees all my sins, he reads my soul. One day that bird, he spoke to me, like Martin Luther, like Pericles. Come join the murder, come fly with black. We'll give you freedom from the human trap. Come join the murder, soar on my wings. You'll touch the hand of God, and He'll make you king. He'll make you king. On a blanket made of woven shadow, flew up to heaven on a raven's glide. These angels that turn my wings to wax now, I felt like Judas, graced to me, like Martin Luther, like Pericles. Come join murder, come fly with black. We'll give you freedom from the human trap. Come join murder, soar on my wings. You touch the hand of God, He'll make you king. He'll make you king. Walk among the children of my Father, the broken wings, betrayals cause. They call to me, but never touch my heart now. I'm too far, but I'm too lost. All I can hear is what he spoke to me, like Martin Luther, like Pericles. Come join me, come fly with black. We'll give you freedom from the human trap. Come join me, soar on my wings. You will touch the hand of God. He'll make you king. He'll make you king. So now I curse that raven's fire. You made me hate, you made me burn. He laughed aloud as he flew from Eden. You always knew, you never learned. The crow no longer sings to me, like Martin Luther or Pericles. Come fly murder, come fly with black. We'll give you freedom from the human trap. Come join me, soar on my wings. You touch the hand of God. He'll make you king. Come join me, come fly with black. We'll give you freedom from the human trap. Come join me. You touch the God. He'll make you king. He'll make you king.